we announced that we are starting a new course, that is nothing but the Git. So what is this Git? So we will have a complete course regarding the Git, and we will learn about the Git commands, what are the Git commands available, and everything related to the Git thing. So here, if you are able to see the introduction screen, that is, if you are able to see that Git distributed version control system. So it is a distributed version control system. So what is this version control system actually? So then afterwards we can learn about this distributed thing. So the term distributed thing, we can learn it afterwards. But first what we need to know is, we need to know about this version control system. So shortly we will be calling this one as a VCS. Okay, so you will be able to see somewhere in the courses for me in these videos, you will be able to see that VCS as a short form. That VCS is nothing but the version control system. So let's go one by one. So if you try to see here, Git is a version control system. Okay, so Git is a version control system. We will learn about this version control system afterwards, and also known as the VCS. Okay, in the website, so if you try to open any website, Git website or in Wikipedia, anywhere, if you try to see, it will be written as a distributed version control system. So one new term is added before the version control system, that is nothing but a distributed version control system. So that means Git has a special advantages over the version control system, that is nothing but the distributed thing. So what is this distributed thing? We will try to learn it in the upcoming things. Now let's try to see. So now you need to know that Git is a version control system. Okay. Now this Git software, who developed this one? So normally the Git software is developed by the Linus Torvalds. So this is the guy who has developed the Linux. He created the Git for the development of the Linux kernel. So why he has developed the Git is, he has developed the Git for the when he is developing the Linux kernel. So that is the core of this Linux thing. So when he is developing this Linux kernel, he has created the Git. Why he has created the Git is, the Linux kernel is a set of code. So it is a software. So it is maintained by the multiple developers. Not only the Linus Torvalds will be writing the code. So many developers will be writing this code for the Linux kernel. So for that reason, for the contribution, so in order to have the contribution for all the code for this Linux kernel, he has developed a feature that is known as the Git. Okay, now let's try to see the another one. Basically, what is this VCS actually? So now we know about this Git. Git is a version control system, and who developed the Git also we have known. So now we have able to know that Git is a version control system. So then what is this version control system? Basically, VCS is a software designed to record changes made to the file over time. So that means VCS is nothing but it's a software thing. It is designed to record the changes to the file. So that means whenever you are changing the file, you are changing from the file. Today you have changed some concept, some data in the file, and tomorrow you have changed some data in the file. So going on changing the data over that period of time. So in order to record those changes, so if you want to go to the particular period of time and you want to check the file, what is the data present at that time. So if you want to know, so this VCS is the software which is able to record the changes. So it will record the changes daily. It will record the changes of this file over the time when it is got changed. So it will record the changes, so that if you want to know the data of the file for a particular period of time means, you can be able to know using this software. So that means Git gives us the ability to revert the files or the set of files you made changes. So that means when you have made the changes to a file over a period of time, and if you want to go to that period of time and you want to get the data back from the time means, you can able to get the data for that particular file using the Git. So this is the main usage of the Git. So the main usage of the Git is nothing but the file, whatever the file it may be, over a period of time it is going on changing the file means, we will be able to get the data back from that period of time. So that is the main thing. So now let's go. Git not only records the source code. Okay, so you need to remember this one. So some people will be able to thinking that some developers means Git will only record the source code. Source code means nothing but the code which is written, the Java code or PHP or JavaScript, whatever the source code, you will be able to, the language's programming code, right? So people will be thinking that this Git is only used for this programming languages thing only. So it will be recording those programming languages code only. They will be thinking. So misconception is there on the Git. But it also tracks the images, research papers or any types of files. So if you are having a type of research papers or anything, if you are having some data files or anything, so Git tracks all the types of files. So not only the source code, it can track all the types of files. So that is the main advantage of the Git. Now actually we have three kinds of version control system in our computer field. So we will be maintaining the three kinds of version control system. Now you will be able to understand. First one is the local version control system. Second one is the centralized version control system. And third one is the distributed version control system. Now these are the three types of version control systems available in our day-to-day life. So first, what is this local version control system? Let's try to see. Local version control system is long days back many people use this method, even me also using this method. So everyone will be able to understand this method. It is very simple. This method is to copy files into another directory. For example, see, today you have some abc.txt file, x.txt file, you have one x.txt file, you have changed some data in that file, so you have changed some data and all those things. Before changing the data, what you will try to do, you will keep a backup in another directory with that name, something like x_backup. If you are more clever means, what you will try to do, x_backup_ today's date you will try to keep, something like April 4th 2021. So that means that x.txt file backup is the data which is present at the time 4th April 2021 of the time. So you will try to maintain the backup. For example, tomorrow you came, and before continuing working, what you will try to do, you will try to keep a backup of that one, x_backup_ 5th April. Like this you will try to keep the, what you will say, backup of the file. So you will go on keeping the backups of the file every day. So day to day, daily, depending on your period. So depending on your changing fluctuality, so you will be maintaining the data. So now this method is to copy files into another directory. They keep the files with the timestamp directory. Timestamp directory is nothing but the, what we can say, that timestamp. So how the today's date, how you are keeping. And it is also very simple that we maintain the backup. It is very simple. So maintaining that one is very simple. So nothing to do. So what you will try to do, whatever the file or folder, whatever the folder you are having, whatever the file you are having, completely you will copy that one and you will place it in the backup directory, so that whenever you want something happens to the data present you are working means, instead of doing control Z everything, you will directly take the backup data, so recent backup data, and you will paste it there so that you will have the recent backup. So this is the local version control system. So now you will be able to understand that using this local version control system, you will be having lots of folders. You will be having, sometimes you will be having a problem that you will copy one file over the other file, so that the previous backup data will be missed, and sometimes you will be having that that data may be corrupted or data may be deleted. These are all the problems you will be having. So this is the normal way how the layman users or something like that, we will be maintaining the backup of the file. So the changes, whatever the changes we are making in the day-to-day life, in order to keep that one backup, you will be using this type of version. So everybody knows about this way of keeping the backup structure. Now let's come to the centralized version control system. So what is this centralized version control system? Now in order to collaborate with other developers, so the backup what we have maintained in the local version system, it is applicable to only one developer. Now if multiple developers are working within one file means, now this centralized version control system is used. So if in x.txt file, if multiple developers are working on this one means, we will be using this centralized version control system. These system have a single server. Okay, so now this system will have a single server. So somewhere you will be having a single server, and that one will have all the files. So that one will be having all the version files, and a number of clients can take the files from that central place. So whenever you want to take the file means, you will take the file from that central version file, central server, and with that central server you will take the latest version of that file, so that you can work on this one. So for many years this is the standard for version control. So this is the standard of version control. So for many years we will be using this centralized version control system only. So now what I can say, the examples are CVS, Subversion and Perforce are the examples of this method. Now how it will be, we will see it in a graphical representation. So here you are having a computer A and computer B, two developers are there. So they are working on the same file, and now what they will try to do is, they will have one centralized server. In that server you will be having a file, and it will be having the versions of that file. So you will take the latest version of that file, and computer B also takes the latest version of the file, so that two developers will have the same code you will be having. And also whenever you want to push it, you can push it to the centralized server, so that computer B also takes that modified data. So this is the central server is the main hub. So instead of maintaining in a local version in your own computer, you will be depending on the centralized server, centralized computer, where every clients will be connected to that server to take the updated data. Okay, so now advantages of this centralized VCS. So this has what more advantages over the local VCS. Now we will be able to know that local VCS is nothing but the keeping of the backup of the each backup of the every folder. You will be keeping the backup, right? So this has advantages. Centralized VCS has advantages over the local VCS. Everyone can know what is going on in the project. Yes, everyone can know. So why? Because the project is hosted in the centralized server. Everyone can take the data from that server and they can check that what is going on the project. And administrators who are maintaining the server can have the control that who can do what. So who are doing what, and the administrators can have a full control over the centralized VCS. Everyone can get the project update immediately as all are linked to the one centralized server. So that means everyone can get the project update immediately. The files update or the project update, they will get immediately as all are linked to one centralized server. So these are the advantages. Then what will be the disadvantages of this one? If the centralized server goes down for an hour. So now if the centralized server is there means, so it is connected through one source, that is nothing but the internet. So if the internet goes down, so the centralized servers goes down for an hour means nobody can collaborate at all. So that means all the developers cannot collaborate. So they cannot get the update and what they cannot get anything. So or save the changes to the centralized server. So they cannot save, they cannot push their changes to the, they cannot send their changes to the centralized server, and nobody can get the update from the centralized server. And if the hard disk of the centralized database is on, becomes corrupted. So now the hard disk in which the central database is corrupted and proper backup haven't been kept, you lost absolutely everything. So this is also one problem. If the hard disk is corrupted in the centralized VCS server means, so if you are not maintaining any proper backup means everything is lost, everything. Local VCS suffer from the same problem. So why? Because now you will be having in your own system, right? Local VCS, when it is corrupted means you will be having the same problem. Whenever you have the entire history of the project in a single place, you risk loss everything. So this is the main thing. So whenever you are having the entire history of the project, enter changes or anything, records of the project in a single place, so you will be having a risk of losing everything. So this is the main disadvantage. Now for overcoming this one, we got the distributed version control system. So what is this distributed version control system? Clients not only check out the snapshot of the file. So that means here in the centralized version system, so what they will be trying to get, they are trying to get the latest snapshot. That means latest version of the file only they will be able to get. They will not able to get all the versions. They can at a time get only one version of the file. Okay, so now either he can check the version 3 or either he can check the version 2 or either he can check the version 1 like that. So now in the distributed, clients not only check the snap, they can also fully mirror the repository including its full history. So that means they can fully get the repository. Repository is nothing but the project. Okay, you take it as a project. So now here we will be calling the distributed version control, we will call it as a repository. So you can fully mirror the repository including its full history. So that means including its all versions and all those things, you will get everything to the client. So in client system, that means in the computer, you can also maintain the versions so you can also maintain the version. So now in the client system, so you can maintain the versions of the file so that when the server is up, you can fully copy back it to the server. So now it doesn't depend on the server now. So if the server is down also, you can maintain the versions in your client local so that when the server is up, you can copy the entire thing into the server. So every clone means nothing but every backup, every code the clients will be taking is a full backup of all the data. Instead of taking single snapshot like centralized VCS, distributed version control gives you the full backup of the data. Now how could be here if you try to see the server computer will be having the versions like this, same like this centralized database. Now the computer A file, you will be having again the versions for you, and here the computer B again he has the same versions for his file. So now he can maintain the versions here, and he can maintain the versions here. The versions also came copied back here. See, now you can push it to the server and you can interact with the server like this. So now in your local computer also you can maintain the versions and in the server also you can maintain the versions. So now when the server is down also, you will be having the versions of the same versions in your local computer also, so that you can move back and you can check back your everything. So this is the what is the distributed version control system. So now Git is the distributed version control system. You will be having something like Git, Mercurial. These all things are the distributed version control system. So now this is the introduction of the what we can say Git distributed version control system. In the next video, we will move further about the Git thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen what are the different types of version controls available in the market. Now in this video, we will see how Git actually works. Now compared to other VCS like Subversion, so which is the centralized version control system, most operations in Git actually requires local files and local resources only to operate. That means the most of the operations in the Git project, if you are handling the project which is having the Git version, it requires only the local files and local resources only. If you are used to the centralized version control system, so if you are using centralized version control system like Subversion, where in those cases most of the operations have the network latency overhead. That means most of the operations always deal with the network through network calls only. That means through the internet or somewhere through the server calls like that, through the VPN, internet, intranet, something like that, whatever the thing they will be using. So it will be having the more network latency overhead. So all the clients will be interacting with the server only. But whereas coming to the Git, most of the operations we will do in our local computer only. So we will not consult the things whichever we want to do to the server. So whenever is required only we will go to the server, but most of the things we will be doing in our local computer only. Then we will not having the case of network latency. That means the network busy and all those things, we will not have a issue on that one. So now, for example, so now we will see the example to browse the history of a project. So now we need to see the history of a project. Git doesn't need to go out to the server to get the history and display it for you. So now if you have a project and you want to see the history of the project from starting onwards, whereas if the project is in the Git means there is no need for us to go out to the server to get the complete history and display it for us. It simply reads it directly from your local database. Okay, so that means the project which is in your local computer, it reads directly from your local database. Local database is nothing but your local computer. In your local computer, everything will be coming, including the database and everything. So you can directly read it in your local computer. If you want to see the changes between the current working file and the same file a month ago, so that means now you want to see a changes between the current working file, what is the working file you are working, and the same working file how it is before 1 month ago. If you want to see the changes, what could be the changes if you want to see means, Git can look up the file a month ago and do a local difference calculation. So that means for the Git, there is no need for the Git to go to the network through internet or VPN to the server and ask the server that please send me the file which is how it should look like a month ago. So like that, there is no need for the Git to go back. So it will be already present in your local computer and you can check the difference between the two files. There is no need to ask a remote server to do it or pull an older version of the file from the remote server to do it locally. So the same thing we have discussed. For the Git, there is no need to ask the remote server to get the file which is present 1 month ago. And this means you can do your work happily until you get to a network connection to upload. So that means whatever the changes you want, you can check it locally. So if you don't have a network connection also, no need, not a problem. So you can check all the things and you can do your work happily. Whatever the things you want, you can commit your changes, everything you can do it. And when the network connection is uploaded, then you can upload it. In Subversion, whereas in Subversion, that means in central and Subversion as the CVS, you can edit files. So you can edit the files, but you can't commit changes to your database because your database is offline. So that means here in the subversion you will not have a local database, whereas the Git maintains the local database in your local computer, and also you will be having the database in the server also. Now in the subversion you can just edit the files, and but you cannot commit your changes to the database. So there will be no local database in the subversion, so because your database is offline. So now you understood about the Git thing. So what is the advantages of Git over the subversion and all those things. Now this is the main important thing before starting our command line commands and all those things. So we need to know this is the main thing. There are actually 3 states in the Git. So you need to remember this one. There are actually 3 states in the Git. Git has 3 main states that your files can reside in. So that means if you are working with a file means Git has a 3 main states for that file. One is the modified, staged and committed. You will be also having another 4th stage, that is nothing but the stash area. So we will discuss about the stashing thing afterwards. But mainly you will be having 3 main states: modified, staged and the committed. So what is this modified? Modified means that you have changed the file but have not committed to your database yet. So that means the current working file, whatever the working file in your project, you have changed the files. So you have changed the contents in the file, but you have not committed anything. Staged means that you have marked a modified file. So that means whatever the file you have changed the contents, you have marked that file in its current version to go into your next commit snapshot. So that means you are marking that file, so this should go to the next version. So in your next commit, this should go the file. So that is a staged thing. Committed means that the data is safely stored in your local database. So now first one is you can change n number of files. For example, you can change 10 number of files. You changed the 10 number of files. Out of those 10 number of files, you will be staging only 5 files. So that means 5 files only you have marked it that it should be going to your local database. That should be marked as a commit thing. So now out of 10 data files, so here 10 files are marked as modified, but 5 files are only marked as staged. And whatever the files are marked as staged, when you commit, these 5 files only will go into the local database, and another remaining 5 files will be there in the modified in your working directory only. So this is the main states you need to remember. Now coming 3 states in the Git here. So here you will be having the repository. Repository is nothing but the database. What is the database you are having? And here when you are trying to check out, you will be going into the working directory. This is nothing but the modified directory. And here whatever the 10 files, so now for example you have changed the 10 files in this working directory, this is nothing but the project, so the project which you are working. So now you will stage those files to the staging area, and the files which are in the staging area, it will be committed. When you check out again, it will go back to the working directly to the working directory. So this is the process how you will be having the states in the Git. So now the working directory is the project you are working, so you can change as number of files you want, and you can move it to the stage only the files which you wish to commit. So these files which are the files committed in the which are the files in the staging area, these will be going into the repository. That means nothing but the local database. Now what is a working directory? So the working tree is a single checkout of one version of the project. So now you can only check out the one version of the project. These files are pulled out of the compressed database in the Git directory and placed on disk for you to use or modify. So that means the working tree is nothing but the present project. So the project explorer, the project folder, what you are working, the project, that is nothing but a working tree. Now the staging area, as I already told you, right? The staging area is a file, or is a set of files, or it's an area generally contained in your Git directory. So this will be existing in your Git directory. I will explain you about that Git directory that stores information about what will go into your next commit. Okay, next commit means you something like you mark it as a, so you are storing, so versioning, you are versioning the number of files in your next commit. Its technical name, so the technical name in the Git, the staging area is called as an index, but the phrase staging area works just as well. So commonly we will be calling it as staging area, but the technical name in the Git we will be calling it as index. So if you came and encounter about this index area or staging area, both are one and the same only. Now next one is the repository area. This repository area is nothing but the database area. The Git directory, this is the Git directory, technically speaking. You will be having one folder by name .git, is where Git stores the metadata and object database for your project. So the Git, how the data will be stored in the Git, I will show you. It's all completely on the depends on the object database only. This is the most important part of the Git, and it is what is copied when you clone repository from another computer. So when you are taking the data from the database, means this is the directory which is copied from your server. So this is the repository area. And now Git workflow, how the Git workflow will look like. The basic Git workflow goes something like this. You modify the files in your working tree. So that means in your project, you modify your files. You selectively stage. So that means you select the files. Whatever the modified files you have modified, you selectively select those files, stage those changes. You want to be a part of your next commit, which adds only those changes to the staging area. So whatever the files you want to push it to the stage, so those changes only will be added into the staging area. You do a commit which takes the files as they are in the staging area and stores that snapshot permanently into your Git directory. So this is the process. So now what you will try to do, so in your project you will try to modify all the files, whatever the files you want to modify, you can happily modify, and whatever the files you want to commit in your Git directory is nothing but the repository or local database, whatever the thing you can think. So now whatever the files you want to move it into a repository, so now you will be pushing it to the staging area. So this staging area, after moving it to the staging area, so when you commit those changes, automatically when you do a commit, these files which are in the staging area are stored permanently into your Git directory. So this is the actual Git workflow. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to install the Git, and we will try to see this one, modifying the files, moving the files in the staging area, and committing the files into the repository. So let's try to check these things. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn how to install the Git in your local computer. Okay, before starting using the Git, what we need to do is, we need to install the Git in your computer. Why? Because as the Git is a software, so we need to install the Git in your computer. Now, if the Git is already present in your system, it is better for us to update the Git to the latest version. So whatever the latest version is available right now, it's better to update the Git to the latest version. So this is my suggestion. So now let's try to see how to install the Git. Installation in the Linux. So now how to install the Git in the Linux. So something like in Fedora, RHEL or CentOS. So this type of OS. So what you can do is, you can use sudo dnf install git-all, or otherwise it's a yum means sudo yum install git. Like this you can use. If it's a Debian based distribution means such as Ubuntu, you can use sudo apt-get install git-all. So these are all the things. These are the commands we will be using for installation of the Git. So if you want to know more details, you can see this git-scm.com/download/linux. Now another one is the installation in the Mac OS. The easiest way to install the Git in the Mac OS is to install the Xcode command line tools. So if you install the Xcode command line tools, automatically the Git also will be installed in the Mac OS. Or otherwise, if you don't want the Xcode to be installed in your system, why? Because the Xcode will be taking so much of memory. So it is a large file to be downloaded. So if you don't want the Xcode to be downloaded, means you can also have the installer for the Mac OS in this following website URL. So you can also download the installer, and you can click on next, and you can install the Git in the Mac OS. And the last one is the Windows. So how to install in the Windows? In Windows, it is the commonly easy way to install the Git. So the most official build is available for download on the Git website. Directly you can see https git-scm.com/download/win. So using this website, you can directly download the exe file for the Git, and you can click on the steps, whatever the steps you need to follow the steps, and the Git will be automatically installed in your system. Now, after installation, there are a lot of different ways to use the Git. Actually, after installation of the Git, there are a lot of ways to use the Git. The main use, what we can see is that main is the using Git as a command line tool. So commonly, what the people will be doing is, most of the time people will be using as a command line tool only. So that means they will be using the Git using the command lines, like something like git add, git commit, git checkout. So these are the commands they will be using. These commands they will be using the Git. And another approach is the graphical user interface. So you'll be having some softwares which will support the Git, and you have something like source tree, Tortoise Git. These are all the softwares which will give you the graphical user interface by clicking on the buttons like that. So now in this course, what we will main target is, we will target on the command line tool only, as it is most important for us everyone to learn the commands. So that is the reason this course we will target on the command line tool only. And we'll also see the graphical user interface also, but little bit only we will be seeing. So most of the things we will be seeing the command line tool only. Okay. So now after installation of the Git, so if you want to check whether the Git is installed in your system or not, so just open the command prompt or terminal if it is in the Mac or Linux. Just type git ---- version. So if you type git space ---- version, so you will be getting the latest version, the version of the Git that is installed in your computer. Okay. Now this is the just overall part. Now what we will try to do is, we will try to install the Git in our local system. As I have already installed the Git in my system. So if you want to install the Git, just type Git in the Google. So if you just type Git in the Google, you will be able to see the first website. So this is the first website, and if you click on this Git, and here you will be able to see the main web page, home page of the Git. And here you will be able to see here in the monitor. So this in the screen, you will be able to see that download 2.3.31.1 for Windows. So this is the latest build for latest version of the Git. So if you are having Mac OS means, here you will be able to get the installer for the Mac. So download 2.31.31.1 for Mac you will be able to see. Now let's click on this download. As I have already downloaded this one, so let's open this one in the download section. So if I open this one in the download section, here I am able to see that 64-bit 2.31.1. So here let's double click on this one. So if I double click on this one, and what it will try to do, it will try to show you this one. So now let's click on the next, and don't change anything. So just use it whatever the things it want. So let's go on like this, and let's go on like this only. So there is nothing to change it. Okay, so I am not changing anything. So now I am clicking on the install. So if I click on the install, it will take some time to install the Git in our system. So let it take some time to install. Now if you try to see, so here the Git has been successfully installed in our system. So just I am closing the, I am removing this option, view release notes, and I am clicking on the finish button. So that's it. So Git has been successfully installed on our system. So now if you want to check means, just open the command prompt here. So just type the command prompt, and if I click on this command prompt here, so what you will try to do, so git space ---- version. So I will be trying to check the version. Here I am able to see that Git version is 2.31.1.windows.1. I am able to see the Git version here. So that means I have successfully installed the Git in my system. Apart from this command line prompt, you will be also getting another thing, that is nothing but the git bash. This is also the command line which will be provided by the Git software. So if you open this git bash, here you will be able to see another command prompt which is exclusively for the Git. Here also you can type the commands. So if you want, you can also change the option, something like I can increase the font size. So text, and here select. If I open here, let me take something like 20. Okay. Apply. Yeah, I'm able to see. So now I have opened this one. So here we are able to see, and now here also we can check git space ---- version. Okay, if I click on git ---- version, here also I am able to see the Git version 2.31.1.1. Okay, so this is how we will be checking the Git version in the system. So now we have seen there will be two options. So we can also do the commands in the git bash also, or otherwise we can also do the commands in the normal command prompt also we can apply. So the choice is yours. So in any command prompt, if you want, you can apply. So that is not a problem. So the git bash is provided automatically by the Git when you are installing the Git software. So that is not an issue. So this is all about the Git installation of the Git. So this is how we will be installing the Git in the local system. So hope you understood how to install the Git. So from the next video onwards, we will try to see the commands, what are the basic commands available in the Git. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen how to install the Git in our local system. We have seen, and also we have successfully installed the Git also in our local system. Now what we need to do is, so before starting using the Git commands, before typing the Git commands in our project or anything, so first what we need to do is, immediately after installation of the Git in our system, we need to set our username and email address in the Git configuration. So now we need to set the username and the email address. Why we need to set the username and email address? Let's try to see. So here you will be able to see Git configuration. After installing Git in our system, the first thing we need to do is set our username and the email address. So that means after installation of the Git in our system, first thing what we need to do is we need to set our username and the email address. Why we need to set the username and email address? This is because when we use Git to change the files in the project, so that means when we have a project, when we are working in the project, and in the project if it is there any Git uses this information to identify who has made the changes to the file. So that means Git will use this information. What information? It will use the information username and the email address to identify who has made the changes to the file. So that means if anybody made the changes to the file, so it will record the changes with the username and email address. It will attach the changes to that username and email address, so that for the reference it will be available. Now the command to add the username and email address is the git config. So let's try to see this git config. Now before adding this git config username and address, we need to know the hierarchy of the configuration. So now you will be able to have a doubt that, so now where will be the configuration will be available, how I need to give the configuration. Now the Git configuration has 3 levels. Actually you will find 3 configuration files in the Git. So which is the main configuration file and what is the most important, which will be the priority one? So let's try to see here. Git uses a series of configuration files. It will not use a single configuration file. It will use a series of configuration files to determine the behavior. So to determine the behavior, it uses a series of configuration files. Git has multiple levels of configuration. So what is those multiple levels? First is the project level. Second one is the user account level. User account level means nothing but your computer user. So what is your system user you are using? That is the user. And in the system level, so the system level is nothing but the Git installation folder. So that means you will be having 3 configuration files for a Git. So first one is the Git installation level. That means where the Git has been installed in your system. In that folder you will be having one configuration file. In the user account level means nothing but you will be having a computer user, right? In that each user you will be having one configuration file. And in the project level means when you are having a project, each project you will also have a project level configuration file also. So now which will take it as a priority here? First it will check in the system level. Okay, if the username and email address is present in the Git installation folder, it will try to take that username and email address. Then afterwards it will check the user account, and or otherwise what we can say is, first it will take the project level. Okay, first it will take the project level. For example, in the project level, if it finds the username and email address, it will take that username and email address first. So if it doesn't find any username and email address, then it will try to check in the next level, that is nothing but the user account level. In the computer user, it will try to check whether any username or email address is present or not. If it is present means then it will take the user account level. If in the user account level also it is not present means then it will try to take in the system level. So it will try to take in the system level. So in the system level is present means then it will take in the system level. So that means hierarchy will comes in the top to bottom. So if the project level, if it is present, it will stop from here only. If it is not present means then it will check in the user account level. Then afterwards in the system level. This is the hierarchy. Here this is the diagram representation how you can see. So first in the project 1 and project 2, you are having user details configuration of user 1. Okay, so now project 1 and project level you are having in the configuration, you will be having the user 1. And in the project 3, project 4, you can maintain the user account 2. So if the project 1, project 2, this one is not having any user details means then it will go into the global level configuration. Global level configuration is nothing but the user level configuration. Now if we here also it is not present means then it will go for the system level configuration. This is the hierarchy. So first it will check the project, then afterwards in the user level, then afterwards in the system level. So you need to understand. Now this is the configuration locations. So now you will be getting a doubt that where I can find this configuration. Yeah, I am able to understand. So which level, in which location I can find this configuration files. Now in the project level, you will be able to find in the project level itself. If you are having a project, in the project level itself, you will be having a .git folder. In the .git folder, you will be having a file that is nothing but the config. So I will show you the demo also. So here you will be having .git folder, in the config you will be having. Now if you are having in the global level, so user level, so what you will try to have in the user level, you will be having user / Leela /, so that means user / git config. So in the user, so here is the computer user is the Leela. In that Leela you will be having the .git config folder. And in the system level, that is the where the git has been installed. So in this git installation, you will be able to find user / local / et / there you will be able to find the git config. Okay, so these are the levels. Now you will be able to see how can I for example, yeah, you told okay fine, I am able to find these all locations. So for example, how can I know? So if in this location if I am unable to find the configuration file, means how can I know where in my computer the configuration file is located? So for that reason, what we can do is there is a command that git config -list -show -origin. So let's try to type this command so that we can find so that we'll try to find where my projects are where my configuration files are located. So let's go to the here. I will try to clear these all the things. Now what I will try to do is, so let's come to outside somewhere. So now here I can write git config. So first one we can check something like git -f version. Git is installed in my system. Now here I can check git config, okay, -list -show -origin. So now if you type here, you will be able to see now here this is the user level. C users Leela Narasimha is the computer user, and here I am able to find the git config. Here I am having a user.email is equal to leelanrp@callminds.com. So this is my company email ID, and here you will be able to see the system level configuration. C program files git etc git config. So here you will be able to see the configuration file. So that means I am able to find the system level configuration folder, and also I am able to find the user level configuration folder also. So here you will be able to find the user level. Now if I am right now we don't have any project, so right now we don't have any project level configuration, you will be having git in that folder. So this is why. So now if you want to check means, so here you can go directly to C, okay, in the users. Here what is the thing they are saying? C users Leela Narasimha, okay, this is my username, and here they are saying that git config. Here you will be able to see the git config. So if I try to make it big, you will be able to see the git config here. If I open this one with edit with notepad++, we will try to see the user, and here this is one section. You will be able to see one bracket like this. This is one section. Name is equal to Leela Narasimha and email is equal to, here you will be able to see the username and the email address. Now if I want to see, this is the user level. Let's understand that this is the user level. I am having in the users Leela Narasimha. In your computer you can have so many users. For this user, git config is there. Now if I want to check in the system level where I need to go, I need to go to the program files. Somewhere what is the location they have told? Program files and in the git. And in the git, I need to go to the git. Okay, here in the git, I need to go to the etc. And here we will be able to see the git config. Here is the git config. And if I open this edit with notepad++, so here also I am able to see the pull, and these are all the configuration I am able to see. So we will try to discuss these all the configurations afterwards. So these are all the configurations we are also able to see. So that means what we have seen, we have also seen the user level configuration and also the system level configuration also. In the next video, what we will try to do is we will try to change the configuration username and email for the project level. So right now we are having leelanrp@callminds.com, right? So let's try how we can change this leelanrp@callminds.com. We will try to see the configuration, how we can change the configuration, and how we can add the project level configuration also. Let's try to see it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video, we have seen the different levels of configuration files and also the locations of the configuration file where it will be present in our local computer. We have seen. Now in this video, what we'll try to do is we will try to change the configuration, that is nothing but the username and the user email address. So that using that username and user email address, we will be committing the changes. So the Git will record the changes using that username and email address. Now let's try to do this one. Now I will be opening the Git account here. Here what I will try to do, I will try to go to the projects. Not only the command prompt, you can also use the git bash. So you will be able to see the git bash also. Here this is the git bash. And now if you want, you can increase the font size and all those things. If I go here in the text, here I can use something like 26. I can use, okay, and click on apply. Yeah, okay, I'm able, you are, all of them are able to see. Now here what I will try to do, I will try to go to the D folder, sorry, cd dot, so something like this. Yeah, I can go to the D folder. D folder is not there. What is this one? So or otherwise what we can do is, so we can close it here, and here directly in the D we can open the git bash here. Okay, we can open it like this also. So this is the D projects, and here what I will try to do, I will try to create a folder that is nothing but mkdir git projects. Okay, I will use something like git projects. So in this folder we will try to create all the projects. Now what I will try to do, let's go to the git projects. In this git projects, right now we don't have any projects, so this is an empty folder. We don't have any projects. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a project. So that means creating a project is nothing but creating a folder only. So what I will try to do, mkdir sample project. So this is the sample project I am creating. So let's go into this project. And now if I go into this project, nothing is there. So here the project is empty. So this is the empty project we are creating. Now let's try to clear. So in this one we are not able to see. Let's try to create one file. Okay, so I can write something like touch index.html. Okay, so index.html. I have created touch index.html means, so we are able to create one folder. Ls we are able to see the index.html. So in that sample project we are having one file that is nothing but the index.html. Now we need to initialize the git into this project. So we need to add the git into this project. So to add a git into this project, what we need to do is we need to type the command git init. So what this command will do is it will initialize the empty git repository. So empty git repository is nothing but it will do. It will add a .git folder into the project. So let's try to see. Here what it has written, initialize empty git repository in D project, the project folder. So now if you try to see ls, we are not able to find any extra folders. So nothing is created. So just index.html file is there, which is previously it is existed. Now if you try to see ls-a, now you will be able to see the hidden folders also. Here you will be able to see .git folder. Okay, so now when you type the git init, so automatically empty folder will be created with the name .git. So what will be present in this .git? Let's try to see. Now if you go into the folder structure here, so here we will have created a sample git, no sorry, not the sample git projects, and here we are able to see the sample project. This is the project folder we have created. In this one we have a index.html file which we have created through command line, and here you will be able to see .git folder. So this is a hidden folder, and if you open the .git folder, here you will be able to see folder something like hooks, info, objects, refs. These all folders are there. So we will try to see these all folders afterwards. Now you will be able to see one file that is nothing but the config. So this is the file configuration which is available in the project level. So now this configuration is present in the project level. If you try to open this one in the edit with notepad++, nothing is there. Username or email, nothing is there. Now if I want to do any changes in this project, what is this in this sample project, with which name it could be committed? So now in the project level we don't have any username or user email. So what is the next priority it will take? It will take the user level. So now let's try to check git config. So if you want to check what is the email address, just type git config user.email. It will give you the email address with which it will be committed. So now you will be able to see that leelanrp@qualminds.com. So that means with that email ID, the project will be recorded, everything will be recorded. So now I don't want to use this for leela.nrp@qualbench.com, as this is my company account. So whatever the company projects I will be doing, so use this email ID. But for this sample project, I want to use my email ID, that is nothing but the leelawebdev@gmail.com. So if I want to use that email ID means I cannot change the company which is present in the user level. So I want to change only in the project level, so that whenever I am using this, whenever I am working with this project means, so please commit or please record the changes with this email ID. So how can I get it? How can I do is git config, okay, hyphen local. So that means in the project level, user dot email. So you should not press user dot email, and we need to give leela@gmail.com. So I have pressed enter. So now it has created. So let's try to clear it. So now if I want to check the same thing, user.email, now what is the email it will be displayed? So let's try to check. So here now you see what is the email it is showing, leelawebdev@gmail.com. Why it is showing? So now in the project level it has been created. If you try to see in the notepad++, see here the user section has been created with email like this. So now in the project level you have an email ID. Now what I will try to do, I will try to add the name also. Git config user.name is equal to Leela. Okay, so press enter. Now so just check git config. In order to get, just type user.name. User is a section and name is the in that section that key. So now you are getting a name as Leela. So now you have set the configuration, username and email is in the project level. Now what I will try to do, I want to remove this user email ID in the project level. I want to use it in the user level only. So I don't want to use it in the project level. I want to use it in the user level, which is my company email ID. So now what I can do is git config, okay, hyphen unset user.email. So unset, I want to unset the user.email. If I click here, so now the user.email will be removed. So now if I want to check git config user.email, if you want to check here, see again it went back to the leela@qualbench.com. Why? Because in the project level you don't have the email, so only the name is present. Now what I want to do, I want to remove this all user section, everything. So name, email, everything, whatever the thing it is present, I want to remove. So if you want to add it here, you can add it. Email is equal to leelawebdev@gmail.com. Directly you can add it and you can save it, so that if you want to check in the git bash, so here you will be able to get leelawebdev@gmail.com. So in the config folder also you can change it. Through the command prompt also you can change it. Now I want to remove that whole section user. So these all whole section. So you will be having the configuration in a section wise. So bracket wise section, core section, this one. This is the user section. I want to remove this all section. So in order to remove this all section, what is the command you need to do? Git config hyphen global or hyphen local. Remove hyphen section user. So what we need to do? So here what I can do, git config. So I want to remove it as a local. So local hyphen remove hyphen section. So I want to remove a complete section, that is nothing but the user. So now entire section is removed. If you want to see in the project level, everything will be removed. Now if I want to check git config user dot email, or otherwise you can type directly user dot email. So you will be able to get the Leela NRP. So now let me try to set my project level. So I want to use it as a project level only. So git config hyphen local user dot email. So leelawebdev@gmail.com, and here I can do git config hyphen local user dot name Leela. So I can use something like Leela. Okay, so that's it. So now whatever the commits I am making in this project, it will be committed with the email leelawebdev@gmail.com and a Leela with the name Leela. So this is how we can set the configuration in the local or in the global. So if you use a hyphen global means automatically it will be set it, or otherwise you can go to the folder or go to the file and automatically you can change it. Or otherwise if you want to unset a particular key means you can do hyphen unset, or if you want to remove complete section means we need to use hyphen remove hyphen section. So this is how we will be adding the user email and username, and we will be removing the username and user email. Not only this one, we can remove anything using this using this command in the configuration file. So hope you understood about how to set the configuration and all those things. In the next video, we will try to see what are the items present in the Git folder. We will try to see, and we'll try to do the committing and all those things. Basic commit we'll try to see. Okay. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have set the configuration, how to set the username and email address in the Git configuration we have seen. Let's try to see what is the email address here. Git config user.email. If I try to check here, it is actually leelanrp@qualments.com. It is there. So it is in the Git projects. So we have created a new project, right? Sample project. This is our sample project. And here let's try to check the git config user.email. So here we are having email as leelawebdev@gmail.com. So that means for this project, the email ID, whatever the commits I am making, whatever the changes I am making in this project, it will be recorded with the email and the name leelawebdev@gmail.com. So fine. Now we will try to go a little bit further. Now if you try to see, before going into the commands, so if you don't know any command, if you are not able to remember any commands or anything, so Git provides us a feature that is nothing but the help command. The first one, what is that help is? So just you can type git help. So now here you will be able to see list of all commonly used commands. Here you will be able to see these are the common Git commands used in various situations. So here these are the common Git commands used in various situations. So that is the thing they are going to tell you. So here you will be able to see that clone init. We have already seen about this init. When you are trying to create a new project, we will be creating this empty Git repository. And here add mv, restore rm. So these are all the commonly used commands you will be able to see. Now, if you want to see total list of commands in the Git, so what are the all level of commands available in the Git? If you want to see means, what is the thing you can do is git help -a. If you type here, see here you will be able to see all the commands that are available in the Git. So here this actually the commands is divided into two types in the Git: porcelain commands and the plumbing commands. Porcelain commands are the main high level commands. These are the commands which we will be using more commonly. Plumbing commands are the low level commands which we will be using rarely, these all things. So here these are the porcelain commands: add, remove, bisect, these are all things. So these are all the commands. So if you want to go a little bit down means just press the arrow button, down arrow button, so that you will be able to see all the types of buttons. So here you will be able to see the ancillary commands. These are all the types of commands available in the Git. So you will be able to see the low level commands. These are also called as plumbing commands also. You will be able to see all the types of commands. Here you will be able to see. Okay, we have seen all the types of commands. So if you want to check all the types of commands means you can press git help -a. And also you can type git help space -all. Okay. So these are the commands which we will be typing. So which we will be using commonly. So if you want to see all the commands means what you can do is you can directly click on the git help command. So now let's go to the another one. What is that one is? So now you have seen all the commands. It's fine. Now you want to know particular command. So for example, I want to know about the what I can say is git about the init command. I want to know about this init command. So initializing what will do. So you can type the init command and you can press help like this. So now you will be able to see git help. So what will happen is, so git help init. Now you will be able to see. Here I am able to open. So here one page is open. So about the git init. Okay. So git help and you can type the command. So whatever the command you want. So don't type like this git init help. So now git help init command. Okay. So if you want to know about this git help add command. So you can be able to see about the add command. Here I have here a new web page has been opened about the manual page about the git add, explaining about what are the options available in this git add command. Okay, so this is how you will be able to see. This depends on your operating system. So in my operating system, as it is a Windows, so for me in the Chrome it is opening as a separate web page. in Linux or in Mac OS or something like that, you will be able to see here directly as how we have seen about the what we can say git command, right? So all the commands how I am seeing in the standard output, so you'll be able to see as it standard printed output only. So this is the help thing. So what are all the helping things? So these are the helping commands you will be having. So some places you will be able to see the man also. Man means nothing but the manual. So these are also you can use it, but overall commonly using things is git help and whatever the command. Now what I will generally using is git help and the command name I will be giving, so that I will be able to understand the command. So this is the one thing. So now what we will try to do is, so let me try to delete this sample project first. So here I will delete this sample project. So let's try to create another one. Try again. Is not deleting. So 1 second. So let me close this one also. Okay. So now here I am present in the git projects. Let me delete this one. So it is successfully deleted. Now the project folder is empty. Now what I will try to do is type on the ls command. So now I am creating a new project. Same thing, sample project only I will create. So this is our sample project. Okay, now if I click on, so here I am able to see the sample project. Let me go into the sample project. So now let me clear it. Here in this sample project, so if I want to do anything git or anything, so git means you will be able to get these all commands. So I cannot do any commands here. So first what I need to do is, for this project to introduce into the git, what I need to do is, first I need to do the git init. So this is the first command. So git init, what it will try to do is, it will create an empty git repository. So this is the main thing, empty git repository in the folder. So now if you try to see git ls hyphen a, you'll be able to see .git folder. Okay, so this is the first thing what we need to do. Now what I will try to do is, so the second command what we will try to do is, just we need to, here you will be able to see master in the brackets. What is this master is? This is the nothing but a branch. So the automatically when you have created git init, what it will do is, automatically one branch will be created as a main branch, that is nothing but the master branch. So going on, we will learn about this branches thing afterwards. So as soon as you have created a initial using the git init, immediately one branch will be created and you will be checked out into this branch. So now you are in the branch. So if you want to check which branch I am here, so you can directly print git branch. Sorry, not git branch. So here when you are in the master branch, so now you can check the status of the project, something like printing git status. Okay, so now in the git status, what you are able to see here, we are on the branch master. So it is telling that you are on the branch master. Master is the branch which is defaultly created when you type the git init, and here you will be having no commits yet. So that means we have not committed anything and nothing to commit. So there is nothing to commit. So if you want to commit anything means, just create a file or copy the file from somewhere and use git add to track. So this is the message we are able to see. Now what we need to do, so now we need to create a file and we need to add it to the to track. To track is nothing but we need to move it into the staging area. So this is the thing it is asking. So now if you, when you type git status, so now you are able to see that no commit set has been present. So this is the thing. So now what we have learned now, so we have learned about the git help command, and also we have seen about the git init to initialize the project, and also what we have seen about the git status. So to know the status of the project, what is there, the git present status. So using this command git status, we will be able to know the present status command. Okay, in the next video what we will try to do is, we will try to create the file and we will try to add the file to the stage, and also we will commit the file, so that we will be able to understand so complete flow. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to create a file and we will try to add the file, commit the file, and we will try to check that whether the file is committed or not in the log base also. Now here we have a sample project. In this project, if you try to see, nothing is there. So nothing is there, everything is empty. And if you try to check ls-a and empty repository.git folder is there. So here we have a empty project. So now let's try to create a file. So how I will be creating a file is touch index.html. Okay, so I am creating one file index.html. So if I try to see ls, so here I am able to see index.html file is there. If I try to check the status here in the status, what it is trying to show, it is on the branch master, nothing, no commits yet, so we haven't committed anything. And there is a untracked file. Untracked file means, so one file is there that it has been created recently and that is in the untracked file, so I am unable to track. If you want to track the file, just use the command git add space add space the file name to include that it will be committed. Committed means to move that into the staging area. Nothing added to commit, but untracked files are present. So nothing is there to commit, but untracked files are present. So what it is telling, so right now we are on the currently in the working directory. I have told you, right, the git will be in the 3 stages. So you will be having 3 states in the git. First is the working directory. We are right now in the working directory. So in that working directory we have one file. We have created a file. So in order to commit that file so that it will be, the git records the changes, we need to move it to the staging area, the second thing. And afterwards if we commit, it will move into the repository area. So now right now we have in the, what I can say, right now we have in the git add, it is in the untracked file. So if you want to move this one to a tracked file, what we need to do in order to move it into the staging, what we need to do here, so just write git space add space, just give the file name. Okay, so index.html. so this is the file name which I will be trying to give. So if I click here, so now the file has been added. If you want to check whether the file has been added or not, just type git status again. So git status is the thing which will give you the present status of the files. Now if I click here, so now what it is telling, so the new file has been added to the stage area. If you want to unstage, just type git space rm means remove, hyphen cached means it will be removed from the stage. Cached is nothing but it will be removed from the stage. So right now the index.html has been moved into the staging area. So how, when will this index.html will be moved into the staging area? If you, whenever you use the command git space add space the file name, so then that particular file name will be moved into the staging area. So this is how we moved the file to the staging area. Now what I need to do, I need to commit the file. So how can I commit? So just in the same scenario, git commit. So just press git commit and press enter. So if you press enter, so you will be able to see one message. You will be able to see the message. It is telling that, so you are going to commit the data. So type any message. So what if you want to mention any message, so that for the reference, so you can enter, you can write any message. So what I will try to write here, initial commit. So this is the initial commit. So this is the message for our future reference. So what I can do here, just save it using colon WQ. WQ means write and quit. So here, so we have changed. So here it has been committed into the master, and the hash, this is the hash file, SHA1 file. This is the SHA1 code. It will be generated for that commit. And here we will be able to see that one file has been changed. So these are the one file has been changed. So created mode here, this is the create mode. Now if you want to check the git status again, so just check the git status. Now see what we are able to see, we are on the branch master, nothing to commit, working tree clean. So now what we have did, we have committed first file. So here if you try to press enter, it is index.html is there. So now let me try to clear. So what we have did now, we have created one file and we have added that one into the committing area. So now what I will try to do is, so just I will try to change the content in the index.html. So what I am trying to do, vi index.html. So file has been opened. So here what I will try to do is, I will try to write Leela webdev and I will try to save it that file. So in that file, what is the content is there means Leela webdev. So now if I want to check git status, again what it will be having is, so now it went into the modified. So that means previously it was created new file, previously it was written as new file, now it has been modified. Now in order to add this one to the commit, what we need to do, we need to use the same command git add file name. Okay, so now what I can do here, just write git add again index.html. So if I try to add index.html, so it has been added into the staging area. Just check again git status. So if you try to check the git status, here you will be able to see that So one file has been modified. So in your next commit, so this will be moved into the staging. This will be moved into the committed area, into the repository area. So now what I will try to do, so let me clear this content, and now I will try to commit. So git commit. So right now in the shorthand notation, how we can give is we can write -m is the message, and I can write the message here. Okay. So now name add done or something like this. Okay. Channel name add or something like this. Okay. So I have added something message channel name add. Now what I will try to do, I will try to click on the enter. It has been added. So now one file has been changed. So it is telling you the number of files, what are the files has been changed and what are the things it has added into the committed area. So now here one file has been changed. Again, if I try to check the git status, so nothing is there to the commit. So where are these all has been went away? So now we have committed 2 commits. So now it is there in the first one is the initial commit and another one is the channel name add. How can I check how many commits has been made? What are the commits has been made in this one? How can I check? So there is another command for this one, that is nothing but the git log. Okay. So git log. Here if you try to see the git log, right now head is nothing but the current pointer. So the pointer current right now is in the headmaster, and here the master is in the right now in this commit channel name add. So we will try to see about this head and master everything in the future videos. So now here are the 2 commits what we have did. So now here you will be able to see the commit. So with a unique identifier and the author who has committed here till NRP. So right now, so we have created a new project. We didn't add the config here. So we will be able to see the Leela Narasimha and also the date when it has been committed and also the message. And here also the second commit. So this is the first commit. Actually, it will be the top and recent commit will come at the top. So now here also the author, and here also we can say the date, and here also the name initial commit. Okay. So these are the 2 commits that has been made in this master branch. You need to remember this master. So these are the 2 commits that are there in this branch. So if you want to check the commits what has been made, we can use the command git space log. Okay. So this is the thing. So this is how we will be committing the file, adding the file, and we will be recording the changes in the git. So hope you understood about this one. So what we have learned now, we have learned about the git add command, git status command, git commit command, and also the git log command. So these are the 2 commands what we have learned in this video. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the git diff command. So what is this diff command? Let's open the presentation. Now the diff command is mainly used in Git to track the difference between the changes made on a file. That means if you have made any changes on the file, if you have updated or edited the file, so if you want to check the changes between the previously how it was and now the changes what I have made, if you want to know the difference between the 2 files means between the file means, so you can use the diff command. So diff command takes 2 inputs, that means 2 files, and reflects the difference between them. Now in order to, so for example here as you know that, so Git will be having 3 areas, 3 states. So as we already learned in the previous videos, we are able to know that Git has 3 states. That is nothing but first one is the working area, second one is the staging area, and third one is the repository area. Now if you want to check the changes between the working area and the staging area, you need to simply type git diff. So git diff, if you type the command, what it will try to give is the files which are here in the working area and staging area, it will try to match the difference between those things, between the file in between those areas. Now if you want to check the difference between a file which is present in the staging area and the repository area, then you need to type git diff -- staged. Okay, so then it will give you the file, the changes on the file which is present in the staging area and the repository area. So which is the file present in the staging area and repository area, the difference between these 2 places, it will give you the difference. Now if you want to check the changes, if you want to check the difference of the file between the working area and the repository area, you need to write git diff head. So now these are the 3 commands. These are the diff command how you will be using in different areas. So now if you want to check between these two areas, you need to use this command, git diff command. If you want to check the difference between staging area and diff repository area, you need to use git diff stage. And if you want to know working area and repository area, you will be using the git diff head. Now if you try to see here, now you will be able to understand. To check the changes in the working area and the staged area, we will be using the git diff command. Okay. Now in order to check the changes between the stage area and the repository area, we will be using this git diff staged command. Now if you want to check the changes between the working area and the repository area, you need to use git diff head. So now let's try to see it in the practical representation. Okay. So now I am removing this one. So let's open the command prompt. And if you try to see ls, here in our previous project only, in the sample project, we have only index.html. Let's try to check the status. Sorry, git status. Sorry, again I pressed it wrong. Git status. Okay, so now we are on the branch master, nothing is there. So let's clear it out. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to create a new file, vi contact.txt. Okay, I have created a file. So in this file, what I will try to write is contact page details. Just I will write contact page details. Let's escape it and colon wq. So let's try to save it. So now if I try to see the git status, now you need to remember that this contact.txt file, which is in the red color, it is in the working area. We have modified the file, but it is in the we have created a file, but it is in the working area only. That means you need to understand this one. It is still in the working area only. Now I will move this file contact.txt from this working area to the staging area. So how we can move this one? So just we can write git add contact.txt. Okay, contact.txt. So now it has moved into the staging area. So if I try to check git status, so it is in the green color. Now it is in the stage. So if you want to unstage means you can restore, git restore. We'll try to see that command also afterwards. So now we have, so if I type git status, it is in the staging area. Now what I want to do, so again what I decided is, again I need to change this contact.txt file. So what I will try to do, so again I will try to change it after pushing it to the stage. So now here in this one, so changes made again, just I am writing changes made again, like this I am getting escape colon wq. Okay, so now if I try to write git status, here see one new file is there, that is in the stage, but the modified thing, so what I have written right now, modified changes, this made changes again, that is still in the working area. So now if you try to see here, so now the changes recently what I have made is, it is in the working area, but the file creation and the data that I have written previously, it is in the staging area. Now I want to check the difference between these two things. So now if I want to check the difference between these two things, means what I need to do, so I need to write git diff. So if I try to check the changes, so what it is trying to give, so here you will be able to understand. So diff, it is trying to give a/contact.txt and b/contact.txt. So it is the name, file name given. So contact.txt, it is the name, it is the changes it is trying to check, and this is the hash value that is created. Why? Because in order to check the changes, it will be creating. This is the file number index, so it will be constant like that only. And here minus a contact.txt it is trying to give, and the plus is in the files it is trying to give. And here if you are able to see, these are the chunks. So it is starting from the first line in the a/contact.txt, and it is showing the number of lines. It is only one line. And here this is in the, what we can say, this one is second one, b/contact.txt is nothing but the file present in the working area. So now it is telling that the changes made here, the second line. So now if you try to see the staging, in the staging area, the file contact.txt which is already present, it is in the contact page details, but the changes made again is the plus icon that as I have newly added in the working area. So this is the diff it is trying to give. So now we have seen the changes. Now what I will try to do, git status, if I try to check, so now we have the changes that is in the staging area and also in the contact.txt, it is in the working area. Now I want to check the file contact.txt, the changes present in the staging area and the repository area. In the repository area, up to now the contact.txt file is not present, but I want to check the difference. So now how can I check the difference? Here So now what I will try to write, git diff hyphen stage. So if I try to write here, see it is telling that index is 000. That means in the repository the file not yet existed. So that is the reason it is showing 000, and it is trying to tell new file mode, and 100644 is a constant, like that it will be showing the file number index. And here 641673 is the repository, that is the hash name, and here it is telling the /dev/done, nothing is present in the repository, and plus this is the thing is saying. Now in the staging area we have only the contact page details. This is the only line that I have added in the staging area. But in the, what we can say, in the working area, what it is having, again another line is there, that is nothing but the changes made by, again changes made. That is the line, it is present in the working area only. That is not present in the staging area. So that is the reason it is showing contact page details, only the new line added in the staging area. So this is the difference it is showing between the repository and the, what we can say, in the staging area. Now I want to see the changes present in the repository and also in the working area. So what I can do, git diff head, I can write git diff head. So now what it is trying to say, in the repository nothing, now no file is present, okay fine, but in the working area we have a file, that 2 lines has been added in the working area. So this is also the line which is not present in the working repository, and it is present in the working area, and changes. These are the 2 lines that has been added, it is trying to show. Okay, so this is the changes. So you need to remember, so these are the changes you need to check. So now what I can do, so now what I will try to do is git status. So now what I will try to do is git commit -m contact file added. So I will write something like this. So if I try to see, so one file is added to the commit, so that is in the repository area, it went to the repository area. Now if I try to check the status, if I try to check the status here, so now in the staging area nothing is there, it has went into the repository area, but still in the working area we have contact.txt, that is nothing but the second line is present here. Now if I want to check the git diff here, so git diff, so now what is the git diff it is showing? Git diff, it shows between the working area and the staging area. So now in the working area the new file has been added rather than the staging area it is trying to show. So now if I want to check git diff hyphen stage, it doesn't show anything. Why? Because in the stage we don't have the contact.txt file, it doesn't move to the stage file. Now if I want to check between the repository and the working area, now if you try to check the difference between the repository area and the working area, so we type the command git diff head, here you will be able to see that changes made again, it is present in the working area only, it is not present in the staging area. So this is how we will be checking the changes between the, what we can say, working area, staging area and the repository area. So for example, if I type git status and if I try to move it to the staging area, so git add contact.txt, so again I am moving it to the staging area, let's clear it. And if I try to check the status again, so now this has been moved into the staging area. Now if you try to check git diff, now nothing changes will come. Why? Because in the working area we haven't made any changes. So now in the staging area only it is there. So if I want to check the difference between staging area and the repository area, what I need to do, git diff hyphen staged. So now it will give you the difference between staging area and the repository area. So this is the line that has been added and it is in the staging area. Now if I try to check git diff head, now this is the changes made again in the repository area and the working area. So we are able to see. Okay, so this is all about how we will be making the changes. Okay, so now in the working area we have already present, right, in the working area. So this is the difference we are able to get. This is how we will be checking the git diff. So we have seen that working area and the staging area and the repository area, and also working area and the repository area also we have seen. So this is how we will be using the git diff command. Hope you understood about the diff command. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to see how Git actually stores the data. So that means we are going on committing the files, we are adding the files and we are committing the changes and everything we are able to see. We are able to see the status, we are able to see the log and everything we are able to see. But actually in the behind thing, how actually Git stores the data, let's try to see. Now here if you are able to see in this presentation, now the Git actually stores the data in the form of keys and values. So you need to understand that Git stores the data in the form of keys and values. That is nothing but Git is it's an object. So it stores all the data in the form of an object only. So that means Git is nothing but an object. So Git stores the data in the form of keys and values. Then you need to understand what is this key and what is this value. Value is nothing but the contents of the file. So what is the file, what is the content you are having the file. So that the value is nothing but the content of the file. And you give the value and it will calculate a key for it. So now when you give any value for this Git, it will calculate the key for it. The key is nothing but the hash. The hash is calculated using SHA1 algorithm. So what is this SHA1 algorithm? It is a 20 bytes hexadecimal digit actually. So now that means what is happening? So for example, here you will be able to see that, for example, let's take the content Leela WebDev. So we are having a content Leela WebDev. For this Leela WebDev, if you ask Git to generate a hash for this content, it will generate hash something like 20 digit number, something like this. So it could not be the correct hash, but the hash will be in such a way, it is like this. So that means SHA1 is a 20 bytes in the hexadecimal format. Not only the content of the file, the directories and so on, commits and everything has their own SHA1. SHA1 is nothing but the 20 bytes of hexadecimal digit format. So now every object in Git has its own SHA1. So this means we understood that every object in Git has its own SHA1. Now if you try to see in the practice, so now let's try to see it in the practice. So now what I will try to do is, so let me try to create a project. Here I am going into this one. So here we are in the Git projects, right? So already we have a project, sample project. What I will try to do, I will try to create a new project. So that means mkdir channel project, something, whatever the name you want, you can keep channel project. Let's go into the channel project. So we went into the channel project. Let me maximize this one. Yeah, I went into the channel project. Now if you try to see, let me clear. So now I need to initialize this one. So I need to initialize the Git into this one. So Git init. Now before initializing this one, if you try to go into the channel project and if you try to see the Git folder, everything is empty. The project is empty. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create Git init. Immediately if I type the command Git init, what it will happen? Now if you try to see, a Git folder has been created here. If you try to see, a Git folder has been created. In this Git folder, you will be able to see hooks, info, objects, reference. These are all the folders we are able to see. Now, if you try to see here if you have a folder that is nothing but the objects. So, as I already told you that Git is a object. So, that means it consists of values, keys and values. Now, now remember this folder thing. Now, what I will try to do, I will create a new file that is nothing but what I can say is channel.txt. Okay. So I am creating a new file channel.txt. In this one, what I will try to save Leela WebDev. Now I have written Leela WebDev and I have saved this one. Now what I will try to do here, let's try to check the status. Sorry, Git status. If I try to check the status, it is in the working area. It is not pushed into the staging area. Let's try to push it into the staging area. So now Git add channel.txt. So I have moved. So now I will commit the file. Git commit initial commit. Now I will. So now it has been committed. So perfect, done. So what has happened now? So as we already discussed that Git is an object, right? So where this data will be saved. So let's try to check. So now if you try to check Git log, okay. Now if I type, so here you will be able to see the commit what I have made. I have already told you, right? So everything is in a Git is an object. So key will be a hash and the value will be the data. So content. So either it may be a commit, either it may be a branch, either it may be the content, whatever it may be. Everything will be in the key value pair. Now here for this commit, it has a unique key. This is nothing but a SHA1 SHA1 data. So now in this SHA1, so where this, what is the use of this one? Let's try to see. So now if you go to the folder, okay, so let's open these objects. So if you try to see here, you will be able to see some folders has been created. Before we have only info and pack, but right now we have 3 folders, extra folders. So now these 3 folders, what it will represent is, if you try to see here, the first 2 digits, 19. So this 2 digits is nothing but it is referencing to this folder, 19 folder. Okay, so this is the folder. When you open this folder, you will be able to see some hash again, some hash, and inside some data will be there. Okay, let's try to do. So in order to decode this all the data, so let's try to copy this hash, and what I can do is git cat hyphen file, and let's paste this hash. Okay, space hyphen p. We'll try to see the content. Now if you try to see the data, here again we got another one, something like tree, and we got another hash here. Okay, so that means this commit hash is referencing to another hash. Now if you try to see here the commit, the hash thing, this hash represents the commit, right? So who is the author, who has committed, and the timestamp, who is the committer, and who is the owner of this one, and what is the commit message. These three details we are able to see, and including these three details we are able to see some tree, and again this hash. Again, if you try to observe in the folder, if you come into the objects, here you have the first two letters C8. Again you will be able to see C8 here. So that means this 19 is linking tree to this C8. Now let's try to copy this C8. Okay, so let's copy this C8. Sorry, so let us copy this C8. I am copying this one, and what I will try to do, git cat hyphen file, I will paste this hash again, and I will try to paste p. So now here you will be able to see the details that now the channel.txt. So this tree is referencing to the channel.txt, and this channel.txt has some unique hash. Okay, and this is of type blob. Okay, blob means this is the end. So this content, this hash is nothing but is storing the content. Now if you try to see, if you copy this one and if you try to do the same thing, git cat hyphen file and just paste this hash, and if you try to do hyphen p, now see, now you are able to see the data what you have committed. So that means the data what we have seen the Leela web dev is converted into the SHA1 data, that is nothing but a 305, and it is stored as a blob in the file. So now if you want to see this file 305 and all those things, now you will be able to see here 30 in this one you are having the data. Okay, so this is the hash, it is been converted into the blob. So now you will be able to understand that this is the commit file, and this commit file is linking to this C8 tree, and this C8 is linking to this blob. So this is the channel.txt file. So like this it has been linked. Now here in this C8 you will be having all the types of links. So if you are having multiple folders, means you will be having here multiple folders. So this is the way how you will be able to debug the code. So now this way the Git actually stores the data. So hope you understood about this one. So what is happening? So every commit, everything, you need to remember this is main important thing. Everything in the Git log, it will be stored as a SHA1. Okay, SHA1 code, hash code. This is a hash code. So the commit has an hash code. If you want to know what is present inside this hash code, just type git cat hyphen file and this command and space hyphen p, so that you will be able to see the data. So this is a tree. Tree is nothing but it doesn't contain the data. It references another hash. So now when you try to do this one, git hyphen hash, git cat hyphen file, so decode the hash means then you will get another hash representing the data. So this is the actual hash which contains the content. So now when you try to decode this SH hash code, you will be able to see the content in the channel.txt. So now this channel.txt file, so this hash has been converted. Okay, hope you understood this one. So how the Git stores the data in the repository. So now this is nothing but this entire Git is nothing but the repository. So this Git is nothing but the repository, this Git folder, and in this Git folder you will be able to find all the recording changes. So every changes what you have did, so it will be saved in the form of objects, and you will be having like reference like this. Hope you understood this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to see some of the commands. That is nothing but what I can say is move command and also the restore command. So what is this move command actually? So for example, here if I try to type ls, here, what you will see, you will be able to see the channel.txt. So now if I try to check the status is fine, nothing is there. Now what I will try to do, I want to rename this file. So I want to rename that channel.txt to channel.html. How can I rename? So we already know the command mv. So move channel.txt to channel.html. So moving is nothing but renaming only in the Linux commands and everything. So now if I try to change here, so now if I click on enter, now if you try to check ls, so the channel, the file name has been changed from .txt extension to the .html extension. Now if you try to see git status, so now if you try to check the git status, so I will try to clear it out and I will try to type again the command git status. Now here if you try to see the status, the channel.txt file is deleted and a new file channel.html has been added. But we know ourselves that we didn't delete the channel.txt file, just we renamed the file from channel.txt to channel.html. But the git will not able to understand. So what it will try to do, so it thinks that channel.txt file has been deleted and the channel.html file has been added. It is thinking like this. So now what I will try to do, let's try to add these two files. So first I will add git add channel.html to the staging area. So if I now add this one to the staging area, if I try to check the git status, git space status, now it is telling that channel.html has been moved to the staging area, but still the channel.txt is deleted, is in the working directory only. So now I need to move this channel.txt to the staging area also. So now what I will try to do, let me clear here and let me try to add git add channel.txt also. So now if I try to add this one, so if I try to check the git status, so now we have added channel.html to the staging area and also the channel.txt to the staging area. So now if I try to check the git status, now see surprisingly what git has understood that channel.txt has been renamed to the channel.html. So that means git will automatically understand that when you are renaming the file, so first it will show you the deleted and added file, but after moving into the staging area, it will try to compare these two files. Then it will realize that okay, the channel.txt has not been deleted, it has been renamed to the channel.html. It will be able to understand and it will try to show you that renamed channel.txt to channel.html. Now what I will try to do, here I can commit it directly, commit -m rename channel file. Okay, so now we have been committed. So now if I try to check the git status, so now nothing is there. So if I try to check the ls, so we are able to see the channel.html file. Now this one is about this move. So but in the git itself we have a move command, that is nothing but what we can say is git mv channel.html. This time I am renaming channel.html already present to channel.txt. So if I try to rename this one channel.html to channel.html, in order to rename channel.html to channel.txt file, so if I press enter here, now see what will happen. Now if I try to press enter, see now if I try to check the status, see automatically it moved into the staging area and it has told that renamed channel.html to the channel.txt. So it has automatically moved into the staging area. So git move. So now git will able to realize, this is the short command. What we can say is git move channel.html to channel.txt, so that git will understand that okay, we are renaming the file from this one to this one and it automatically add it into the staging area. So this is the command you need to remember. So if you try to normally do the move command and all those things, you need to manually add everything and all those things you need to do. Automatically git will realize. But here git move command, just you are intimating the git itself, you are telling the git itself that we are trying to rename the channel.html file to the channel.txt file, so that git move will automatically add it to the staging area also without typing the git add command and all those things. Now if you try to commit it, so channel renamed or something like this, whatever the name you want, you can give it, channel rename. Okay, so now this has been committed. So this is the move command. So this one is for renaming the files in the git. We will be using this git move command. Now I will show you another command also. So now here we are having ls channel.txt is there. Now what I will try to do this channel here, what I can do is, so let's try to edit this channel content. So I am writing 1 2 3 something like this and saving escape colon WQ, and here if I try to check the status here, so it is in the working directory, it is in untracked file. Now what I will try to do, git add channel.txt file. Okay, so I have added. Now if I want to check git status, so it is in the modified staging area. So if I want to move, if I want to remove this file from the staging area, what I need to do is just I need to use git restore. So I need to move from the staging place hyphen staged and the name of the file. So now if I click it like this, so now it will, what it will happen is, so now it will move from the staging area to the unstaging area. So this has moved into the working directory. Now if you want to restore this file also, what I can do, just you can type git restore channel.txt, just like the diff command. So now if I try to restore, now if you try to check the git status, nothing is there. Now if I want to check vi channel.txt, so now what is the content I have written, that has been gone away. So now for using this git restore command, we can revert the changes what we have did. Okay, so this is about the restore command. So if you want to revert the changes from the staging area, just you can write git restore hyphen staged the file name, and also if you want to restore the file from the working directory, so if you want to revert the changes what you have written from the working directory, means just you can write git restore the file name. So these are the two commands you need to remember. So first one is the move command. When we are trying to rename the files and all those things, just we can directly use git move command, the file, the source file and the destination file. And the another one is the restore command, which you want to revert the files from the staging area and also from the working directory area. So these are the two commands you need to understand. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about one of the important concept, that is nothing but the Git branching. What is this Git branching? As you have already seen that when we have already created a project using the Git init. So when we have initialized a Git repository in a project, automatically a default branch has been created automatically by the Git. That is nothing but the master branch. So that is also one type of branch only. So what we can say, master, as the name indicates, as the name itself indicates, it's a master. So master branch, it's the main branch. Now not only the Git, we can also create our own customized branch when we need to create a branch. Okay, so when we need to create a branch is, for example, if you are trying to develop a new feature, so in order to get individual line of development, so that means you are having more number of collaborators means number of developers or the programmers working on the same project. So now everyone's code should not affect with the other's code. So that means everyone should not come and commit in the master. So automatically if you commit in the master, the code may contain bugs or may not contain bugs. If it contains the bug, entire the project line who are following that master branch, everything will be collapsed. So every programmers in their project, it will not work. So that is the reason every programmer, when they have started to develop a new feature, so they will take a branch from the existing master branch. Okay, so they will start to develop their own line of development, and after completion of the development, they will combine that code whatever they have committed in that branch into the master, so that now any people who are working on the master can take that updated code when that feature has been completed. So for that reason we will be creating a branch. So now let's try to see in the visualization how the things will happen. For example, right now this is the master branch. Okay, so this one automatically git will be automatically created when we initialize the project. So the master, the branch latest commit, here is the master, and also head is nothing but what we can say is it is a current pointer. So where is our current pointer reference is marking. So now it is marking to the master, and this is the commit, it is head is referencing. Now what I will try to do, I will try to commit. So just assume that I am committing here. So when I immediately committed, a new hash has been created. So here you will be able to see the hash, a new commit has been created, and the master has been moved to the next latest commit what I have committed. and the head also automatically moved here. So you will be able to understand this one, right? So now what is the thing I am doing right now here? I am doing the commits in the master branch. Okay, you need to understand that. So whatever the things we have did previously in the previous videos, we committed the code everything in the master branch. Now what I want to do, I want to create a new feature in this project. Okay, right now the project is in the master here. So now I want to create a new feature, something feature I want to create. So let's assume that I don't want to mess up the master branch. I want to create a separate branch so that my line of my commits will be in a separate thing, so that it will not affect the master branch. So how we can create a branch? Here nothing but git checkout -b and the branch name. So let's assume that I am creating a login feature. Okay, so I have created a login feature. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create git checkout -b. So now see, from the master, so where the code is referencing the master, where the commit is referencing the master, from there you have been created a new branch with the name login feature, and head is pointing to that login feature. Now you need to understand that head is pointing to this login feature. Now what I want to do, I will try to commit here. So git checkout -b, whenever you have checked out means you moved into the branch login feature. Now you are on the branch login feature. Now what I will try to do, I will try to commit something. So now I have committed. So now see, the master has been left behind only. The head and the login feature branch has been committed with a new commit. You need to understand this one. Now afterwards what I will try to do, I will do another commit. So now the head is moving afterwards with the login branch. So that means the head is there with the branch, with the login feature branch. Now what I want to do, I want to commit something in the master. Okay, I want to move back to the master. The code what is there previously, I want to move back to the master. I want to commit something in that master. So now what I need to do is, so I need to write git checkout, okay, to move to the master branch. So I need to give the branch name to where I need to move the master. Now what it will happen, automatically the head will move to the master. See, automatically what has happened, the pointer has been moved to the master branch. Now what I need to do here, so if I want to make a commit, now whatever the commits I will be making, so that will be committed in the master branch, not in the login feature branch. So now I will commit it again. If I commit it again, if you try to observe, see, from the master, separate commit has been created and head is on the master branch. So whatever the commits you will be making, it will be made on the master branch. So it will not at all affect with the login feature. So you will be having a separate path in the master, and also the branch is also a separate. So this is the way the branch. So you can have as many branches you want. So if you want, you can create from the master. If you want to create another branch from the master, you can create it again here. Git checkout sign up. So you can create sign up feature, something like this. Okay. Now sign up feature branch has been created. Now what I will try to do, so now the head is in the sign up feature branch. Now what I will try to do, I will commit in the sign up feature again. See, now from the master, sign up feature has been created. Now what I will try to do, I can go back to the login feature and I will do some work here. So now git checkout login feature, I will move to the login feature. Login feature. So head has moved to the login feature. So I can commit something here. See, the commit is moving like this. Now I can go back to the master, git checkout master. So git checkout master, and now the head is in the master. I can commit here. So now each one is having a separate way. So each one will be having their separate way of coding. So I can go back to the git checkout sign up feature. So I can commit it here also. So now each one is having a separate branches. See, you are having a 3 ways here. So this is nothing but the branching. So master has a separate branch, and sign up feature has a separate branch, and login feature is also having a separate branch. So now this is about the branching thing. So you need to understand the main concepts, reasons behind the branching. So what is happening here? So we have created from the master, we have created 2 branches, sign up feature and the login feature. So whenever you want to whenever you want to do on the separate feature means, you can directly do it like this. So you can go on commits. These all commits will be in a separate branch. It will not affect the master. Whoever will be taking the master, your code will not be reflected in the master. So they will not have their code. Once your branch and everything is committed, so everything is completed. So your branch and everything is completed. you can take this branch and you can merge it in the master, so that your all commits will come into the master. So as long as you have completed all the things in the branches only, in the branch only, then you can merge it into the master. Okay, so this is how you will be working on the branches. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to do the practical implementation. So we will try to do the practical implementation of the branches, how the branch will work. Okay, so this is how the branches works in the Git. So hope you understood about the branching concepts. In the next video, you will see the practical implementation. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see the practical implementation of the branching in the Git projects. So right now I am creating a new project. So let me create a folder for this one. So let's assume that I am creating a e-commerce project. Okay, so e-commerce project. So let's move on to this project. Okay, I am initializing the Git. These are all the common working flow. So here it has initialized the Git empty repository. As soon as I initialized the Git, master branch has been created. So right now we are in the master branch. So what I will try to do, I will try to create vi index.txt. Okay, so I will create a file index.txt. So in this index.txt, I will write that, so working on the e-commerce project, something like this we will write. Okay, so close. So I have saved. So let's check the status. So if I try to check the status, git status, so it is in the working area. Now I will try to add git add dot. If you try to give the git add dot, it will add every files, everything, whatever the files is there in the working area, it will be automatically added into the staging file. So there is no need to mention each file name. So if you keep dot, means it will add all the files, modified files, into the staging area. Now if I try to see the git status, so here it is in the staging area. So now what I will try to do, so here I will commit git commit -m. So I can write initial commit. Okay, so I have committed the file. So in the master we have made a initial commit. So now if I try to check the log, git log, so we will be able to see the commit. So every action will be having one unique ID, right? SHA1. So this is the commit. So right now the head is in the master. So if you want to see it in the one line, so you can write git log -one line. Not online, one line. Okay, you'll be able to see that hash, 5-digit hash, and also here head is in the master and initial commit we have made. So right now I am in the master. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a new branch from here. So I want to implement a new feature, that is nothing but the login feature. So let me clear out this one all. Okay, I am creating a branch. So for creating a branch, I need to do git checkout -b. So let's assume that login underscore feature. I have created a new branch, login underscore feature. So I have switched to a new branch. So new branch has been created and it is switched back to the login feature. Right now if you try to see, here I am in the branch login feature. So previously I was in the master before checkout. Right now I am in the login feature after checkout. So now if I try to check the git log, okay, git log, so one commit is there and the head is pointing to the login feature. Okay, and the master is also the same commit. So the same commit is in the login feature and the master head. So as we have seen in the pictorial representation previously, the same representation it is there. So now what I will try to do here, in this one I will try to create a new folder, that is nothing but login. Okay, so mkdir login, and in this login cd login, I will go into the login and I will create vi login.txt file. Okay, so here I can write something like implementing login feature. Okay, so now design the UI. Okay, here HTML. So like this we will write, and I am saving this one. So if I try to check the status, okay, if I try to check the status here, so it is in here. So now we need to go back, and here if you try to see the status, so login has been there. So just add it everything at a time. So everything will be added, and if you try to see the status again, so it is good. No need to check all the time status. Just I am showing you that whether the file has been added. It is in the staging area. Now what I will try to do is git commit -m. So implement login feature UI. Okay. So now I have committed. So now successfully we have committed. Now if you try to check git log, so now we are able to see the two commits. Before, this one is in the master. So this is the master, this is the branch, this is the commit where the master branch is there. Now this is the new commit and the head is in the login feature. So previously how we have seen. So if you try to see git log -- one line, now you will be able to understand easily. So now in the previous commit, the master is there in the previous commit only, in the initial commit. Now the head has been moved and the login feature, new implement login feature UI is there. Okay, now I have committed a new thing here. Now what I will try to do, so let's move, so let's clear it out. I want to go back to the master. So now if you try to see the ls command, so here index.txt file is there, and also a new folder has been there in the login folder, and in this login folder if you try to see, there is a login.txt. So we are implementing a login functionality in the login feature branch. So now let's go back here. So now I will go back to the master branch. So git checkout master. So here I have switched back to the master. So in order to change the branches, what we need to do, we need to type the command git checkout master. So I have switched to the branch master. Right now I am in the master branch here. So now if I check the ls here, see only the index.txt file is there. So previously if I type the ls command, the login folder is also there. But here right now in the master, only the login file is there. So why? Because so the login file and the commits, everything is there in the login feature. So if you try to check the git log here, you will be able to see only one commit. Okay, initial commit only. So the commit what we have made, that is in the login feature branch only. So that is the reason in the master branch that commit is not there. So that is the reason it is not visible. So if you try to see git log -- one line, okay. So now here only the one commit is there. Now what I will try to do, I will try to do some changes in the master itself. So now what I will do is, so vi index.txt, okay, I will open this file, changes done in the index file, something like this. I am writing some lines, okay. So I will, so I will try to save it. Okay, I have saved it. So if I try to check the status, it is in the master branch, you need to remember. So now I am adding everything. Okay, so now I am committing minor bug fixes or something like this. Okay, minor bug fixes, so minor bug fixes. Okay, so now I have committed. So now if you try to check git log -- one line, okay, you need to remember that minor bug fixes I have committed in the master branch. So now the head is in the master branch. Now what I want to do, so now I want to move back to the login feature. Again I need to work in the login feature. So now when I move back to the login feature, what we need to do, so now I can git checkout master. Okay, sorry, not master, login_feature. Okay, so now I shifted back to the login_feature. Now what I can do, if I check git log -- one line, now the minor bug fixes is not there here. See the commit what I have made in the master branch, minor bug fixes. So that bug fixes is not there in the login feature. You will be able to observe. So and another thing what I can say is, so whatever the commits you are making in the master, it will be there in the master branch only. Whatever the commits you are making in the branch, another branch, login feature branch, it will be there in the login branch only. Okay, so now if you try to see, so these are the things, and that's it. So now in the master branch, if you want to go, you can go back and you can create another branch also. Now if I want to check what are the branches is there here, if you type here, see, you will be able to see the list of all branches. What are the branches present in this project? You will be able to see all the list of branches. So you need to type the command git branch. So now the green color, it is representing that is the current branch right now you are pointing, and the master branch is also there here. So this is the practical implementation of the git branching. So in the next video, we will try to explore some more concepts in the branching thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn little bit deeper about the branches concept. Now, if you try to see the projects or the previous project, e-commerce project, what we have seen, if you try to see if you want to see the list of branches, so you can write git branch and you will be able to see the list of branches here. So how the git able to know that these are all the list of branches? So how it is populating these all the things? So let's go to the git repository and we'll try to see. So previously we have seen, right, how the commits are being saving, how the hash objects are being saving in the git repository. We have seen how the commits are getting saved, how the data is getting saved. We have seen in the same scenario how the branches are being saved. So let's try to see. So if you go to the git repository, here is our e-commerce project. And if you try to see here, if you go into the git repository, here you will be able to see objects folder, and in this object folders you will be able to see all the commits. So with the first two letters as a hash, we will be able to see. But the branches thing, if you go here, so we have already learned that branches are nothing but a reference. So here you will be able to see the refs folder. In this refs folders, if you try to open, and here you will be able to see the folder heads. So this is the heads folder. You will try to see the heads folder. If you click on this heads folder, and here you will be able to see two files that are nothing but login feature and the master. So master is nothing but it is also a branch. So that is reason. So a file has been created, and this login feature has been created. So these are the two branches. So that means whenever we create a branch, automatically a file will be created in the git repository in the refs and the heads folder. So now what we'll try to do is we'll try to create another branch. So in order to create a branch, so not to move into that branch, so we just only to create a branch, what we'll try to do is git branch space branch, okay, and here you can give something like dummy branch, okay. I'm giving a name dummy branch, and if I click enter here, so now I will stay in this login feature branch only, but the branch will be created. If you want to see the list of branches, you can directly print so login feature and the dummy branch and the master branch. These are the three branches. So that means if you go here into the folder, now here you'll be able to see another file, dummy branch here. So that means, so this is the way how the git will be creating the files for these branches. Now if you want to see the contents inside this branch, what is the content present inside this branch? So if you try to see here, so now let's try to write cat.git, okay, .refs, and inside the heads you'll be able to see, and I want to see the master, okay, what is the master code, what is the master present. So here you'll be able to see the hash, some hash object, so commit id, you'll be able to see the id. Now if I try to print git log, okay, and here we are having some data, okay, so these are the commits that has been done in the login feature branch. Now if you try to see, if you want to see the data present in this one, so for example if I clear this one all, okay, so if I write git log, okay, now here you remember 0 1, this one is there, right? So now if I want to check the data present inside the login feature branch, so cat.git slash heads slash refs slash heads slash, so I want to check the thing present here, login feature. If I click here, you see the commit hash, whatever the commit hash it is, the head is in the login feature, okay, so the same data is saved here. So that means it is referencing to some commit, to one commit id, okay. So in this data it will be having, so this tree it is referencing. In the same scenario, if you want to see the dummy branch also, you will be able to see, so dummy branch, okay, so dummy branch, now you will be able to see the same commit it is accessing. Now if I want to go, so git checkout master, okay, I will go to the master, and in this master you will try to see git log. If I press git log, here AC is there, right? So this is the commit, this is the hash ID which is present in the branch file. So if I want to check git heads master, okay, so now AC04, so this is the commit it is pointing, the master is pointing. So this is how the data what it is present in this one is nothing but the hash object ID, and this hash object ID, the data for that hash object ID, where it will be present in the git, in the object. So here you will be able to see the data. So this is how the reference will be having. So now if you try to see, if I clear this one all, now here if I type branch, git branch, okay, so now here the master branch is in the green color. So it is in the highlight color. So how come this git able to know that I am present in this branch? So live, how come git able to know? So this how come git able to know is, so if you type here, if you go here, this is because of the head. So where is that head present? It is nothing but what we can say is in the dot git, here you will be having the head. Okay, so this is the head. So now if you want to see the contents of the head, what is the contents of the head present? So now I can write cat dot git head. Okay, so now he will be able to see here, it is referencing to the file that is nothing but refs slash heads slash master. This is nothing but refs folder, heads folder, master. This is the branch where we have been there. So now if I shift the branch, git branch, what we can say, we will go to the dummy branch. Okay, so I went sorry, git checkout. So if you want to move out, so what we need to do, we need to write git checkout. So dummy branch. So we shifted back to the dummy branch. So now if I want to check that head file, so what could be the head file here? Now it's referencing to the dummy branch. So just simply what the git will think is, whatever the head it is referencing to the branch, that branch will be highlighted in the green color. Now it is referencing to the dummy branch. Now if I try to type git branch here, the dummy branch will be in the green color. Okay, so this is how the branching will work behind the scenes. Now what we'll try to do is, so now I didn't like this dummy branch name. Okay, I want to rename this dummy branch name. So how can I rename this one? So what we can do is git branch -m. Okay, so what I can do here, dummy underscore branch. I will change it to new branch, new underscore branch instead of this one, new branch. So if I press enter, see automatically the dummy branch has been changed to the new branch. If I try to press git branch, so you will have the new branch as the same. This is how we will be renaming the branches. Now the same scenario, we can have the delete feature also. So if you want to have the delete feature, how we can do is, so now if I am in the new branch, what I will try to do is, so git branch -d, so -d is for delete, and what you can type new underscore branch. So what it is trying to tell, it is telling that cannot delete the branch. Why? Because we are already existing in that branch and we are trying to delete the branch which we are right now checked out. So now we need to move it to a separate branch in order to delete that new branch. So what we can do, git checkout master. So I move to the master. Now what I will try to do, git branch -d new underscore branch. Okay, I will try to delete. So now what it is trying to tell, so it is trying to tell that the branch new underscore branch is not fully merged. So now not fully merged means, so for example what we will try to do is, so leave it that one. So now we will try to check the branches again. So what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch. Okay, git branch, so delete branch or something like this I will create. Okay, so I have created a branch. Now I want to delete this branch. So what I can delete is, so now git branch -d delete branch. Okay, this is the branch. So automatically this has been deleted. So when we have created this one, so now what I will try to do is, I will try to create the same branch like this, delete branch. So now I will move into the delete branch here. Okay, so delete branch, I moved into the delete branch. Now what I will try to do here, so I will try to commit some code. So now vi, so what I can do is, so here let's try to check the files. Yeah, okay, vi index.txt. So I changed some files. So now, so I will write some one here and I will try to save it. So let's try to check the status. So now I will try to add it into the staging area. Now here I will commit -m. So I can write test commit or something like this. Okay, test commit. So I am committing the file. So now I committed the code in the delete branch. You need to remember. So I committed some code in the delete branch. Now I will move it to the master. Okay, so I moved it to the master. Now I want to delete this delete branch, but you need to remember that I have committed some changes in the delete branch. So now when I try to delete that branch, automatically all the changes what I have done, all the commits what I have did in that delete branch will be automatically deleted. Now if I try to do the same thing, git branch -d delete underscore branch. If I try to delete, it will be saying that the branch delete underscore branch is not fully merged with the master. So that means there are some changes that has been done in the delete branch. If you want to delete, automatically you cannot delete it. If you want to delete, please use this command -D. So then the changes what you have did, all the things will be deleted from the delete branch. So this is the thing it is saying. So previously also for the branch there are some commits changes that has been not merged with the master. So that is the reason it is telling. So now what we need to do, so if you are you sure you want to delete means you can delete. So Git tries to tell us suggestion that, so you are trying to delete a branch which could not be deleted. So there are some data which could be useful in the future. So you have did already some commits. So if you are sure that you want to delete means just use D here. Okay. So now I deleted the branch. So now it will be successfully deleted. So this is how we will be deleting the branch in the Git. So now we have seen the renaming, how to rename the branch, and also how to delete the branch, and how the branches references are actually saved in the Git also we have seen. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will learn about the merging the two branches. So why we need to do the merging of the two branches. For example, see here, this is our visualization of the Git, and here we are having a master branch. Now what I will try to do, I will commit something in the master branch. Okay, so we have committed, the head has moved and also the master has moved to the latest commit. So fine, up to here it's fine. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch, something like login feature. So I want to start a new concept, login feature, so that I don't want to mess up the master branch. I am creating a branch from the master branch. So right now if you want to check from which branch I am taking, so you can check that I am able to see that is a master branch. Now I will try to create a branch. So git branch login feature. So I am creating a login feature. So if you try to see here, the head is in the master, but the new branch has been created. Let's try to move the head to the login feature also, so that whatever the commits we are making, we should be able to know, know that we are committing in the login feature branch only. Now in order to move the head to the branch, so we need to use git checkout login underscore feature. Okay, so now head has moved to the login feature. Now what I will try to do here, I will commit some logics. Okay, so we are committing some code. Okay, so after some time, after some commits and all those things, we are sure that login feature, the feature what we have implemented for the login functionality, it's completed. Now we need to merge the total code, login feature code, into the master. Okay, so that the master will have the latest login feature functionality also. Now in order to merge this login feature into the master, so we need to understand two things, target and the source. The target is nothing but the master, and the source is nothing but the login feature. So we need to merge the source into the target. So in order to merge the source into the target, what we need to do, first let's check out into the target, that is nothing but the master. Okay, I have moved the head to the master. Now into this master I need to merge login feature branch. So what I need to do here, so we need to use the command git merge login underscore feature. Okay, that's it. So now if you try to use this command, automatically the master and the head will be moved. So if you click here, see, automatically the master and login feature, the master and the head has automatically moved to the login feature branch. Now the master login feature, now the master also has the login feature code, and you will be able to see here you have performed a fast forward merge. So fast forward merge, why we have what is it representing is, in the master, so what we have did, when we took the branch login underscore feature, we didn't have any commits in the master. Okay, so when this login feature is completed, the master where it is, it doesn't have any new commits into the master. So that is the reason it has moved to the fast forward merge. Okay, so just what it will try to do, it will try to move the pointer to the login feature latest commit. That's it. Now what I will try to do is, so now we are in the master. Okay, now I will try to create another branch, git checkout -b. Okay, so I will create something like dummy branch or something like this. Okay, so I have created a dummy branch, and now what I will try to do here, I will do some commits. Okay, so I will do some commits. That's it. So dummy branch, this one is completed. Now I want to merge this dummy into the master. So but now if you merge it means, if you merge into the master means, what will happen? Automatically it will do the fast forward merge. Why? Because in the master, while we took the, after we took the branch, no commits has been made. Now let's try see some commits has been made into the master. So I moved to the git checkout master. Now I have made some commits in the master. Okay, while we are developing this dummy branch, while the development is going on in the dummy branch, so in the master some commits has been happened. Okay, so now it has moved into a separate version, separate branch, and this dummy branch is a separate thing. Now what I will try to do, now I want to merge this dummy into the master. So what we can do, automatically git merge dummy. Okay, so when we merge this dummy, automatically what it has happened, see, now this one has not applied fast forward merge. So this one has not applied the fast forward merge. So what is happened? So it has applied. So now a new commit has been created, and these two commits has been merged into this new commit. Okay, so this one is called as a recursive merge. Okay, so this is the way, this is how it will happen. Okay, now what we'll try to do, so let's check out into the get checkout login underscore feature. Okay, so now I checked into the login underscore feature. Now I want to merge master into the login feature. Then what will happen? It will happen a fast forward approach. Why? Because in the login feature, while we merged into the master, nothing has happened. No commits has been made in the login feature branch. So now if you try to merge the master into this one, so now see the head and login feature will move to the master automatically. Okay, it has done a fast forward merge. Okay, so this is the about the merging concept. Now let's try to see in the visual practical representation how we can apply this fast forward merge and the recursive merge. So now if you try to go here, so here we are having something like let's move to the Git projects, let's move to the e-commerce project, something we are having, right? So let's move here. So now what are the branches we are having here? So if you type git branch, you will be able to get the branches, login feature, new branch, and the master we are having. So let's try to check the status. So nothing is there in the branch master, so everything is clean. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch. So something like git checkout -b. I am creating something like what we can say, new feature. So I will implement a new feature. So now it has moved to the branch. So now I will clear it, this one all. So now what I will try to do, I will try to add, so ls, if I try to check the ls, index.txt file only is there. So I will create a new file, something like new.txt. So here what I will try to write is, so new file added, something like this. So let's close it, save and close it, and here let's try to check the status. So now it will be in the modified. So now new file has been added. So let's try to add it everything, git add dot, and here git commit -m. So new file added. So now we have committed something in the new feature branch. So now let's go to the master. So in the new feature, what we have tried to implement, so it is completed. Now we need to merge it into the master. So what we need to do, so let's go out of the master. Okay, so master here. So now I switch it back to the master. So now what I will try to do here, I will merge the new underscore feature. Okay, new underscore, sorry, what we can say, yeah, new underscore feature. So now automatically what it is telling, so it is updating, and here you will be able to see it is a fast forward. Why? Because in the master we didn't made any commits. So it is a fast forward, and the new text file has been added into the master. For example, here what I will try to do is, so here I will create another branch, something like git branch. Okay, so dummy branch or something like this. I will create another branch, dummy branch. Okay, so now I have created a new branch. After creating the branch, we have committed something in the master branch. So here what I will try to do, ls. So let's open vi index.txt. Okay, so now I will write changes done or something like this, and I will try to save it. Okay, git add, I will try to add, and git commit -m index file changes. Okay, so now in the master it has been completed. Now let's check out git checkout, or we can say dummy branch. Okay, So dummy underscore branch. Okay. So now I switch it back to the dummy underscore branch. So let's try to commit here also. I will try to create something like dummy.html or dummy.txt file I will create. So now here I will write dummy file and I will try to save it. So now here also we have added the files. So let's try to commit these all the files. Dummy file. Okay. So now I have created here. Now I want to merge this dummy branch into the master. So what I will try to do, git checkout master, and here we need to merge the dummy branch into the master. So what I will try to do, git merge dummy branch. Okay, git merge dummy branch. So I am merging the dummy branch here. So now here what it will try to do, so okay, fine. So it is asking us the message. So now we can press enter for this one. Okay, or we can save it. So automatically it has merge made by the recursive strategy. So a new commit has been made. So we have explained you, right? So here a new commit has been made. So this is the new commit. For this commit, it has asked us a message to write. So we have given the automatically message what it has been created. We have given the message so that a new commit has been created with the merge what we have did. Why? Because in the master there are changes and in the branch also there are changes. So when we try to merge this dummy branch into the master, these two changes has to be merged into another new commit. So that is the reason. So it has made a new commit has been made. So if you try to check the git log here, so here if you try to check, so here a new commit has been able to see that merge branch. This is the dummy file commit we have committed, index file changes, this is the commit we have made, and here you will be able to see a new commit has been made with the name merge branch dummy branch. Okay, so now the head is in the master and the dummy branch here is only it is there. So this is new feature, the head is new feature branch is there here only, the commit is. Okay, so this is the merging thing. So how we will be merging the concept, this is the thing. So now another concept will come. What is this? In the branch, if you have changed the same file that is in the master, and in the master also you have changed the same file, so then how we can represent this one? So then there could be a conflicts between the files. So which one need to take? There will be a conflicts. So so how to take these two things means let's how to resolve these two conflicts. Let's try to resolve it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see how to resolve the merge conflicts that will be occurred when we are merging the two branches. So normally what will happen is, so we have seen already the two types of merging concepts, methods, fast forward and also the recursive method approach we have seen. But in the master branch, if one file has been changed, and also in the branch which you are going to merge into the master, the same file has been changed in that branch also, then the Git will not do the automatic merging concept. So it will ask us that conflict has been raised. So which one to take the data? So for me, I am unable to decide. So just decide by yourself. It will ask us to decide us. So there we will raise the conflicts. So then we need to resolve the conflicts and we need to commit that one. So now in order to resolve the how to resolve the concepts, let's try to see in the practical representation. So here what I will try to do is, so here let me clear out this and all the things. Yeah, okay. I am in the Git projects. So I am starting a new project, mkdir something like blog project. Okay, let's assume that we are starting a blog project. Let's go into the blog project. Okay, so I am initializing the Git. So Git has been initialized. So Git initializer means .git folder has been created automatically. Now what you will be having automatically the master branch. You need to remember that you will be having a master branch by default. Now what I will try to do. So let's try to create vi index.txt file. Okay. So I am creating a new file index.txt file, and in this one I will write so created new file index. Okay. So I am writing some content and I am saving the content. Okay. Let me add this one. So fine. So let commit. So -m. So index file add. Okay. So now commit is completed. So now if you try to check the Git status, nothing is there, and if you try to see the Git log, so one commit has been done here. So you'll be able to see the commit here, index file add. Now what I will try to do, so I will try to create a branch from the master. So now let's try to create a branch. I will try to create a feature. So something like what I can do is git checkout -b, and here normally what we will do is if you are trying to create a feature branch, so feature some feature. So something like this we will be creating. Okay, so now let's try to create a branch, and in this one what I will try to do is, so I will try to change the same file index.txt, and here what I will try to do is, here changes done in the feature branch. So I will be changing this file. Okay, let's remember that I have changed the index.txt file. So I am saving this one. So let's add this one, and let's commit -m changes in index file feature. Okay, so let's write in the feature. So I have committed the changes. So done. In the branch I have committed some changes. Let's go to the master. Okay, so in the master, the changes what I have did in the branch, it will not be exist. So here if I open vi index.txt file, see, you will be having only created new file index only. So you will not able to see the changes what I have written the line. So changes done in the feature branch, we will be not able to see that line. So now what I will try to do, I will write the line, same line here, changes done in the master branch. Okay, so here I will write the same changes. Okay, wq, I will save it, and here let's add it this one, and let commit the code -m. So changes done in the master. Okay, oh sorry, changes done in the master. So now what I need to do, so okay, so changes done in the master. So we have committed the changes. So if I try to check the git log, you will be able to see here. So now what I need to do is, so now I need to merge the branch, feature branch, into the master. So if I try to merge the branch into the feature branch, the same line we have changed there in the feature branch also, we have written something like changes done in the feature branch. But in the master also we are having a new change in that same file, that is nothing but changes done in the master. So now Git will unable to pick up which line I have to pick up. So whether I need to take the priority of the feature branch code or the master branch code. So now the choice is ours. So now the Git allows us to select one option, so which one I need to take. So now let's try to merge it. So git merge, what I can write, feature / some feature. Okay, so here it has written. So now if I try to enter, so now here you will be able to see that auto merging. So it tried to do the auto merging index.txt file, but conflict has been raised. Conflict means, so I cannot able to merge the file index.txt file. Why? So fix conflicts and then commit the result. So it is telling that fix the conflicts by your own and then commit the result. Now what I will try to do, so let's try to check. So how can I check here? So if you try to print git status, then you will be able to see the conflicts files. So here modified index.txt file. So this is the file which we are having the conflict. So you will be able to see that one is a modified in the working area. Now let's open this index.txt. So now if I open this index.txt file, so if I open here you will be able to see some extra lines of code has been added by the Git automatically. So what is the lines that is added? So here you will be able to see some angle brackets, so less than brackets you will be able to see, and here it is saying that head is nothing but the current head where it is pointing to the master branch. So you need to remember that head is currently pointing to the master branch. So that means, so here you will be able to see down some is equal to type of lines. Okay, is equal to, so it has been written. So that means this is the lines of code which has been present in the master branch. And now down you will be able to see greater than symbols, and here you will be able to see feature / some feature. So that means these are the lines in the same places present in the feature branch. So which one you will take it as a priority, it is asking us. So now we need to decide whether I need to take the lines of code present in the head is nothing but the master, or otherwise I need to take the lines present in the feature branch. So which one we need to take, we need to decide, so that Git will merge it. So now what I need to do, so for example let's say that I need to take the lines which is present in the master as a priority. Okay, fine. So let's, what I need to do is, so I need to delete this all head here. Okay, and here down is equal to and all those things. So down what are the lines all are present, so we need to delete everything. Okay, so we need to present the lines which are present in the master branch only. So now I have did the changes. So now I can press WQ here. Okay, so now it has, so now if you want to see here, so master merging, so you will be able to see here, so master merging, here merging is going on. So I forgot to tell you one thing. So here you will be able to see that merging is going on. So if any conflicts raised when we are doing the merging, So automatically here you will be able to see that merging is going on. So that is the reason it is showing as an indicator that merging is going on in the master branch. So for example, for any cases you have decided that I don't want to merge this one, so I need to take higher official authority or higher official suggestion, something like that. So super senior's decision suggestion if you want to take means, then you can abort this merge also. So now you can abort this merge. So how can abort? Git merge space hyphen abort. So if you press abort here, automatically everything will be abort. So here see, the merging line has been removed from this master. So now in the here it is there in the master. So if I try to see vi index.txt, so if you open, see the changes will be there only in the master branch. So the feature branch changes has not been came. So now, so if you want to abort this merging thing means, so you can do git space merge hyphen abort. So now we need to proceed with the merging. So if you want to proceed with the merging means, same scenario, what we can do, git merge this branch. So now conflict, again the conflict came. So let's open that conflict. So now here you'll be able to see. So now what I will try to do, I want to keep this head thing only, head changes only. So now I will remove these all the changes. Okay. So which is present in the feature branch, I will remove these all the changes. Okay. So we have removed and save it. So now still the merging is going on. What we need to do, we need to add it to the staging file, that index.txt to the staging, and also we need to commit that file. So now git add these all conflicts files which we have resolved the conflicts, and now try to commit this code. So now you will be able to see these all the message. So now if you want to write, you can write the extra message, or otherwise simply save this message. Everything has been committed. Now in the master, now it has been merged. So if you want to check the git log, so here you will be able to see git merge branch feature some feature. So now feature has been merged into the master. Now head is in the master. Okay. So this is how we will be merging the, this is how we will be resolving the conflicts in the, while merging the branches. Okay. Hope you understood about this concept, resolving the conflicts while we are merging. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen the merging concept. So how to merge the two branches we have seen, and also how to resolve the conflicts also we have seen in the while learning about the merging. Now we will try to learn another concept, that is nothing but the rebase. So merge and rebase are one and the same only. So merging the two branches, that means committing the branches, but rebase is a little bit different other than merge. So what is that one? We'll try to see. So rebase is one of the most powerful git command. So we will be using this rebase very rarely we will be using this one. This is one of the most powerful git commands. So sometimes we will be using different purposes we will be using. So what we can see is oftenly rebasing is often used as an alternative to the merging. So as I already told you, right? So merging we have seen about the merging, and rebasing is commonly what we will be using is as alternative to the merging we will be using. Rebasing a branch updates one branch with another by applying the commits of one branch on top of the commits of the another branch. You need to understand this concept. So rebasing a branch with another branch means what it will happen is, what are all the commits that are having in that branch will be relocated into that branch which you are rebasing, and it will apply into that branch as its commit, as that branch commits. Okay, so you need to understand this one. So now this is the main difference of the git rebase. Git rebase is used to clean up your local history also. So now what we can see is git rebase, sometimes it is used to clean up your local history, commit history also. It will be used for rebasing. Rebase is an advanced command which is used rarely. So as I already told you that it is somewhat is an advanced command which will be using very rarely. So what is the main difference between this rebase and merge is, merge preserves the history, so that you will be able to know that if you have made a commit in the branch means, you will be if you have merged that branch into other branch also, you will be able to understand that this commit is made into that branch. But rebase, in the rebase, if you have rebase one branch into the another branch means, so you will about that commit you will not have a history. So you will think that this commit has been made in that branch only. So you will not able to realize that it is made in another branch like that. So now when we should not use the rebase then? So now rebase is a very powerful command. So you need to understand that one. So when we should not use the rebase is when a branch is public. So branch is public means when it is shared, when a branch is shared to all the collaborators or developers along with all your team members. If a branch is public and it is shared means, then you cannot rebase that branch. Okay, so most of the teams, and also when we should not rebase is, most of the teams for that reason what they will do is they will prefer merge over the rebase. So they will prefer merge only, so rather than doing the rebase. Okay, so now common places where we will be using the rebases, or I will be using the rebases, is cleaning up my committing history. So cleaning up my commits before sharing your branch. For example, I have created a branch to create a feature. Okay, so I have created a branch. I have made some commits. So I made something around 10 commits I have made in that branch. So before making that branch to the public, before merging to the branch to another branch, what I want to try to do is, so I want to clean up these all 10 commits. 10 commits cleanup means I don't want to commit these all 10 commits. So I want to make these all 10 commits into a one commit or two commits, something like that. So I can use the rebase command by making those all commits into a single commit, and also pulling changes from another branch without major. So when you are trying to pull the changes from another branch, so without merge you can do the rebase thing also. So these are the common use cases where we will be using the rebase. Now here you will be able to see. So here in the commit C3 we have created a branch and we have made a commits of P4 and P5 and A6, A4, and these are all the commits made in that branch. So now when you try to merge, you will have a history like this. Okay, so you will be able to realize that P4 and P5 is made in another branch, A4, A5, A6 is made in another branch. So you will be able to realize the commits. So these all commits will be combined and made into a single commit, here merge commit. But here you will be having the commits history. So which branch has made the commits, you will be able to realize. But when you do the same thing rebase, C1, C2, C3, so when you commit, when you rebase these two branches, P4, P5 will come first, and A4, A5, A6 will come in the top of this one. So the branch commits will apply on the top of the third branch. So you'll be able to realize that now what you will think that P4, P5, A4, A5, A6 are all commits are on the one branch only, you'll be able to realize. So you will not able to understand that there is a branch created and we have rebased the branch. So here merge will preserve the history, rebase will not preserve the history. So you need to understand this one. Now now you can understand that when I need to, so there is a lot of confusing between the merge and rebase. So when I should use the rebase and when I should use the merge, you may have a doubt that one. When you have a doubt in this case means just you use the merge only. So instead of using the rebase, just use the merge only. So if you know what you are doing, then you can use the rebase. So just this is my suggestion. What I can give you is, if you know what you are doing, so the rebasing thing when you are trying to do is, you know what are the changes that happen to occur. So when you does the rebase means, then you can continue with the rebase. But if you have a doubt that what will happen or something like that means, just merge it. So this is the suggestion I can give you. Okay, now let's try to see it in the implementation, practical implementation. So now here, if you come here, this is our visual representation. Now here is our master branch. What I will try to do is, I will try to commit one file. So okay, a commit has been created in the master. Now in this master, what I will try to do is, I will try to create a, what I can say, I will try to create the branch. So now what I will try to create, so git branch, okay, feature. I have created a feature branch. The feature has been created, but I am still in the branch master only. So I will do some commits in the master, git commit and git commit. Okay, I have did some changes in the master. Now what I will try to do, I will check out to the feature. So I have checked out to the feature. Now I will try to make some commits. So I have made some commits here. So now I have made two commits in the master, and also I have made two commits in the feature branch also. Now what I will try to do, first we will try to merge it. We will merge the two branches. So let's check out to the master. Okay, so I have checked out to the master. Now I will merge this feature. So what will happen here? A new commit will be created, merge commit, and it will merge these all the commits. So now here, if I do the merge, git merge feature, if I do this one, see, a new merge has been created. So the parent commit is pointing to the two commits. So now here you will be having a history. The same scenario, what we will try to do is, we will try to do it in a different way. We will do the rebase thing. So now here I am opening this one. Okay, so now here let me open this one in the, what we can say, in incognito. Okay, so I will open this one in the incognito. So here I am having a master. Now what I will try to do here, same thing I will try to do, git commit. I will create one branch, okay, one commit, and here I will create git branch feature. Okay, so I have created a feature branch, and now what I will try to do, I will try to commit here. I will do another commit in the master. So remember that I am doing in the master. So let's check out to the feature branch. Okay, so I will check out to the feature branch. Now what I will try to do here, git commit. I will do the commit here, and again I will do the commit here. Okay, two commits I have made. Now let's go to the master. So I have moved to the master. Now what I will try to do, so in the previous video we have did the merging thing. So now if you did the merge of the two branches, so master and the feature. So if you want to merge feature into the master, means a new merge commit has been created pointing to these two branches. But now what I want to do, I want to do the rebase. Okay, so if you try to see here, so same thing I have did. Now what will happen? So now the feature commits will come here like this, and the merge commit master commits will come at the top. So if you try to see in this one, what will happen here, if I try to rebase this one, so now the two commits, what are their feature commits, it will come here and the master commits will move forward. So let's try to do it. So git rebase, what I need to do, so feature. So now if I try to do the rebase thing, see what will happen. See what has happened here. These two commits has been deleted. Okay, these two commits, so they're not deleted, these two commits are there at like that only. So new copy has been made. If you try to understand here, new copies has been made. Now B1AD9F, this is the SH1 hash object, right? So now with this same commit, it created a copy and created a new commit, and here also it created a new commit, and the branch has went like this. See, so feature branch commits has came here, and the commits and the master commits has been came here. So now it became the one line here. So rebasing. So after some time, so what will happen is this one will be garbage collected. Git automatically do the garbage collection, and it will remove the what we can say these two commits. So now what has happened? Git rebase, what it will try to do, if you try to understand, so merge, it will preserve the history so that the commits from which it has came, it will preserve the history here. So these two commits are from master, and these two commits are from what we can say feature branch. But here if you try to see these commits, these are master branch commits or feature branch commits, you are not able to realize. Okay, so these master commits has came and added here at the end of the feature. Okay, so this feature came like this, and the master has been, and master has came. Okay, so this is the difference between rebase and the what we can say merge. So merge will preserve the history, and rebase, what it will try to do is it will try to align it. So in the next video, what we will try to do is we will try to see the practical implementation where we will be using this, how we will be using this rebase in the Git. We will try to see. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen the concept of rebase, and also when we need to use the rebase and when we need to use the merge, we have seen. Now in this video, we will see the practical implementation in the project, how we will be using the rebase, and also you will see the difference between the merge and the rebase also you will try to see. Now here, let me open the git bash. Okay, so I am opening here the git bash, so let it open. So it has opened. Now, yeah, so what I will try to do is I will try to create a new project. So in this one, what I will try to create is mkdir. So first we will do the what we can say merge project, rebase project. So as this one is related to the one, right, rebase project. So I have created a rebase project, and in this let's move into the rebase project here. So now let's initialize the git. I have initialized the git. So now master branch has been created automatically. Now what I will try to do, so let's create one file master.txt. Okay, I am creating one commit. So here in the va master.txt, so here I can write master file added or created, something like this. Okay, so I am creating a commit. So here let's add this one all. Now git commit. So I am committing here. master file, master file added in master. Okay, this is the commit. So I have committed in the master. So let's try to check one line. So if I try to check, so this is the commit. So we are having in the master single commit. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch. So git branch feature branch. Okay, so feature. So I am creating feature. Now here what I will do, so I will stay in the master only. So I have created a branch feature, but I didn't check it out. So now what I will try to do, so here let's try to check the list of branches. So if I want to check the list of branches, here I can check. So feature branch and master branch is there. Right now I am in the master. So now what I will try to do here, so in the master I will do some 2 commits. So here I will create master1.txt file. Okay, after creating the feature branch I am creating. So here master1 file created. So I have added some line. So now what I will try to do here, let's add it git add dot and let commit git commit -m. So what I can do, master1 file added in master. Okay, so this is the commit. So I have committed. Now I will try to create another one, master2.txt file. So the same scenario, what I will try to do, master2 file created. So this is the message. So I will try to add it. So I will try to commit this one also, master2 file added in master. Okay, so these are the commits. So I have made the commits in the master. So let's try to check the log -1 line. Okay, so now this is the branches. So these are the commits. Now I will move to the feature branch. So git checkout feature. So I have moved to the feature. Now what I will try to do here, let's try to create v feature1.txt. Same, I will try to create 2 files here, feature file added or something like this message, and let's try to add it git add dot. So now what I will try to do, git commit -m feature1 added in feature. Okay, in feature. So now done. So now I will try to create another commit. So feature2.txt. So now feature2 file. Okay, so I will write it like this. So now what I will try to do here, I will commit, I'll add it, and here I will commit the same thing. So feature2 file added in branch. Okay, in feature branch. So I committed here also. So now if I want to check the log, git log -1 line. So now you will be able to see the here from master we have created when this master file added in master, we have created a branch. Here 2 commits are there, feature1 added in feature and feature2 file added in the feature. Now let's check out into the master. So I have checked out into the master. So we'll keep it like this only. Okay, so we'll keep it so now let's try we'll keep it not keep it like this. So let's try to rebase this one. So now let me clear this one all. So now here if you try to do, so what will happen here, git rebase. So if you try to check here git log -1 line, so you will be having like this, right? So now when I do the rebase, so here what will happen, so let's try to see. So now feature commits will be added down at the top of the master. So master commits will go at the top. So now git rebase feature. Okay, I am rebasing this one. So now it is rebasing, successfully rebased. So now what I will try to do, if I try to check this git log online, see here, see the feature1 added and the feature2 added came at the bottom, and the master has moved to the commits has moved to the top. Okay, you are able to understand, right? So master was detached from this one and it has created with the new commits. If you try to see here, master1 file added in master, the SHA1 is different, and master1 file added in master, the SHA1 is different. You will be able to understand. So here also headmaster master2 file added in master will be 0E 6B 91B like that, and here master2 file added in master, this is 377CAFF5. So the hashes are different. So now what the git is doing, so it is copying these all commits and pasting at the top. So now this is the rebase. So we will try to see the same thing in the merge also. So what I will try to do, I will go back to the git rebase project here. So I will create a project. So now what I will try to do, I will try to create a mkdir. So merge project. I will try to create merge project. The same process. I will repeat the same process. If you want to forward, you can forward it, or otherwise, if you want to see, you can just see it. So merge project. So now, what I will try to do here. So let's try to create vi master.txt file. Okay. So master.txt file. So I will try to create here master.txt file. So what I can do, master file added. Okay, the same scenario I will try to repeat. So git add dot, sorry, we need to add git init. Okay, after initializing this one, git add dot. So what I can do, git commit -m master file added in master. Okay, so this is the commit. So I have made the commit. Now what I want to do, so I will create a branch, git branch feature. So I have created a feature. Now I will create vi master1.txt. So here in this one, master1 file added something, whatever be the content. So here git add dot. So now git commit -m master1 file added in master. Okay, so this is the commit. So now again I will create another one, vi master2.txt. So just in order to understand, so master2 file or whatever the content maybe you can write it. So here same thing, git add dot. So git commit -m. So now master2 file added in master. So these are the branches, these are the commits we are having. So now let's check out to the feature. Okay, so I am checking out to the feature. Now here I will create feature1.txt. Okay, so now I will save it automatically here. So git add dot. So now what I can do, git commit -m. So feature1 file added in feature. Okay, I will write it like this. So the same scenario, what I will try to do here, the same thing. So vi feature, the same process. I am repeating the same process in order to understand. So now I will try to save it again, the file. So git add dot. So now git commit -m. Sorry, -m. So feature2 file added in feature. Okay, so you will be able to understand this one concept. Same thing. So now if you try to check the git log -one line, so you will be able to see the two commits. So now I am checking out to the master. Okay, so now let me clear out this one all so that you will be able to understand. So now what I will try to do, git merge. So I am in the master, git merge feature. So previously we made the rebase, now I am doing the merge. So now if I do the, so now a new commit has been creating. So it is asking us to write the message. So I will keep the message like that only. So now merge has been created. Now if I want to check git log -one line, now you will be able to see the commits. See, first the master commits are there and the feature commits has been came and with a new commit. Now if you want to check the graph also, you can check -graph. Now if you check the graph here, you will be able to see the history is saved. So first the commit is there here. So here the branch is created. So that is the reason another line has been came here parallelly. Now the two commits has been made in the master. So that is the reason it is in the master, and the two commits is made in the feature. So that's why it is made in the another line. And these all the commits has been committed in the merge commit. Now if you go back to the rebase thing, okay, cd rebase, you try to see the same thing, how it will be. So git log, okay, git log here, if you see the graph, see these all commits are there in the single line only. So that means these all commits are made in the master only. So that means you will not able to realize, but actually we know that these two commits are made in the feature. By seeing the commits, we are able to realize that these two commits are made in the feature branch. But here if you try to see in the master, these all commits are made in the master. It is looking like these all commits are made in the master only. So this is the main thing between difference between the merge and the rebase. So here in the merge, it will preserve the history. Okay, so the feature branch has been, these commits has been made in the feature, it will preserve the history. But here you will not have the history. So that which commits are made in the which branch, you will not able to have the history. So this is the main difference between the rebase and the merge concept. So this is how we will be doing the rebase and the merge. So now the merge, commonly merge, what they will be trying to do is, so when you have a doubt and anything, so you don't know why when you are using this rebase concept, so what will happen, so then you will be using the merge. So but the rebase concept, when you know what is happening, so then if you understand, then you can use the rebase concept. Okay, so this is the main difference between the merge and the rebase. Hope you understood the practical implementation of the rebase also. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will see about the interactive rebasing. So what is this interactive rebasing? In the previous videos, we have already discussed that how to use the rebase concept in the place of merge. So we have used the merge concept, and also the same thing we can use in the place of merge. We can also use the rebase. We have seen this one, how the merge does the thing and how the rebase does the thing we have seen. And the rebase, along with the rebase, so in the place of merge also, we can use the rebase in another manner also. So what is that one is, as we have already discussed, that rebase can be also used to combine the multiple commits into a single commit. So if you want to remove some of the commits which are not necessary for you before merging into the master, so you can remove those commits and you can make it as a single commit. So that one also rebase also takes place. The rebase also take care of that one. So that is nothing but what we can say is it's an interactive rebasing. So now in this video we will try to see about the interactive rebasing. For example, see, I will create a project mkdir. So I will create a project something like git rebasing. Okay, so this is the project I am creating. So let's go to the git rebasing project. Let's initialize the project. So I have initialized the project. Now what I will try to do in the master, I will try to create home.txt file, something like home.txt file I will try to create. So now I can escape it, this one. Okay, so I can add git add dot, now git commit -m. So now what I can say is home page added or something like this. Okay, so now I have made one single commit in the master. Now what I can do is here, let's create a branch git checkout -b. So now what I will try to create new feature. I can create a branch new feature. Now I want to implement a new feature in the feature branch. Now what I will try to do, so let's think that we are creating a file something like feature.txt. Okay, so this is the logic what we are trying to do. So now I can write something like started working on the feature new. Okay, so I am committing this one. So now what I will try to do, so here I will write, so git commit -m. Now started working on the new feature. Okay, so this is the commit I am making. So now done. So after some time I came here. So now again I opened, I need to work, I thought of working again on the feature branch. So now still working on the new feature. Okay, so just we are still working on the new feature, let's think. So now I committed. So now I will try to commit it again, whatever the thing. So now what I will try to do, so git commit -m. So I can write something like work in progress, still working on the feature. Okay, so still we are working on the feature, so we are not able to complete this feature, so still we are working. So I committed up to here what I did, so I kept this one work in progress. Now what I will try to do, so again I came and again I am working on the feature.txt. So fixed some logical issues. Okay, so I fixed some logical issues. So what I will do, so I will commit these changes what I have did in my branch. So still I am working in process, fix logic issues or something like this. Okay, so still I have committed. Now at the end what I will try to do, so again I will go to the feature.txt. This time I have completed the feature. So now what I will read, so completed the new feature. So now after the 4 commits or 5 commits, whatever the commits, after some couple of commits we have completed the feature. Now what I will try to do, git add, so git commit -m. What again, so completed new feature. So now by this commit I have completed new feature. Now let's try to see the log. So git log -one line. If I try to see here, so now from the master I have created a branch. So first commit is the started working on the new feature, second commit is also still working on that feature, so third commit is fixing logical issues, and the fourth commit is the completed new feature. So these 3 commits what we have did is, for our reference we have kept. Now I want to merge this feature into a master branch. So now I don't want these 3 commits to be merged into the master. So as this one is in a local branch with me only, so it is not shared to others. So now what I want is, I want these all 4 commits to be included in a single commit, so that I can write that implemented new feature so and so feature. Okay, so you implemented the new feature. So I want to combine these all 4 commits into a single commit, that nothing but what I tried is implemented the new feature. So what I can do here, so now we can use the interactive rebasing here. So what is this how we can use this interactive rebasing is, so here what I will try to do is, so from where I need to what I can say, I need to combine these all commits, I need to decide. So from where I need to do, from master. So we're starting from the master, so these 4 commits I need to merge it. So you can take directly git rebase -i is nothing but the interactive, or otherwise you can use -interactive, or otherwise you can use like this shorthand, you can use -i, and you need to give the hash or otherwise the name. So now what I can do, so master, I can take the git rebase -i master. I can keep the master, or otherwise I can take the hash also. So now I am clicking on enter. Immediately what will happen, you will be able to see these are all the 4 commits at the top. So pick. So 4 commits has been came. So now the commit will be coming in a different manner, that is from least recent to the most recent. So most recent is the completed new feature, and the least recent is nothing but last one is first one what is committed is started working. So now we need to decide which commit we need to take it. So now what I can do here, so here you will be having some couple of commands. You will be able to see some couple of commands. So pick, revert, edit, squash, fix, these all the things are there. So now what we can do is, so now what we need to do is, so here just come to from bottom onwards. So now what I need to do, so I can write it here. Yes, squash means, what is this one? Use this commit. So that means use this commit, but meld it into the previous commit. So that means, but combine it with the previous commit. Okay, so use this commit but combine with the previous commit, it is saying. So that means, so this commit will be gone, and these all the commits, whatever the file changes will be there, it will be moved into the previous commit. Now what I want to do, so I want to squash this commit also. So now if I want to squash this commit, means these 2 file changes what is there, it will be going into the previous commit. So now I want to squash this one also, so the previous one also. Okay, so now I have squashed these 3 commits, so that the 3 commit file changes, whatever the file changes are there in these 3 commits, will be moved to the started working on the new feature. In this commit will be moved. So now I can do escape and I can do the save. So now it will try to rebase, and it will ask me that for that commit. So whatever the first commit is there, right? So what is the commit message you want to write? So what I want to write, the commit message I want to write is something like new one. So what I can do is, so I can do the, so I can come down, I can delete this line. Okay, so I can delete this line, and I can also delete this line, and I can also delete this line. So here I can come and I can write it here. So what I will try to do, so I can, if you want, you can change it also, implemented new feature. Okay, so now let's save it. So just saved it. So now detached head, and it has been created. Now if you try to check the, so here is the previous before making the rebase, these are all the commits. Now if I try to check the git log, okay, now see, so now only one commit is there in this branch, implemented the new feature. So all the commits will be there, and if you try to see the commit, the hash code, whatever the hash is there, so it is a new thing. So new commit has been created. It has combined all these 4 all these 4 commits into a new commit. Okay, so this is how we will be using the rebase thing. So most commonly, what is the thing I will be using, where I will be using the rebase is nothing but in these places only. So I will be creating, so if I have assigned a new task or anything, new feature or anything, so whatever the commits I want to make, so each and every single commit I will try to make, and after merging it to, after making it public, this branch thing, so what I will try to do is, I will try to do the rebasing thing, so that I will remove the unnecessary commits, what I have committed for my reference, and I will remove these all the things, and I will keep some commits only for the public thing. So okay, so we can remove, so these are all is for our reference only, work in progress, still working on the feature, fixing logic, these are all the things is for our reference, what we have did in the step by step, daily by daily. So at the end of the day, we need to implement a new feature. So we can give a clean implementation of this one. Okay. So this is the interactive rebasing. This is the usage of the interactive rebasing. Hope you understood about the interactive rebasing. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen how to combine the multiple commits into a single commit using the interactive rebasing we have seen. That is fine, okay, that's fine. So when we want to combine the multiple commits, we can use the interactive rebasing, so that's fine. If I want to modify the latest commit, so for example, I have committed some code, okay, so then afterwards I found that, oh, I forgot to commit the another files. So instead of committing a new file, so why can't I modify this latest commit? So in order to modify this latest commit, so what we have to do? So we have an option that is nothing but the amend, commit amend. So let's try to see in this video. For example, see, let me try to create a project. So here I will try to create something like git amend project, okay, something like this I will create. So let's jump into this project, git amend project. Okay, so I am initializing the git repository. So this is an empty git repository. Now what I want to do is, so master has been created. So now what I will try to is, let's try to create index.txt or something, any file. So I am starting a project I have created via index.txt, and here I am writing something like hello, this is the new channel Leela Web, and intentionally I have written something wrong, okay, something like this, okay. So we have written a spelling wrong. Instead of Leela Web Dev, we have written something DVP or something like that. So I have committed that file. Done. So let us add this one, or otherwise we can check in the status. Okay, so now it is added. So now just we have added. So just I am adding. So initial commit. Okay, so I have committed here. That's it. So done. So now what we have understood, then afterwards when we are trying to see the project and all those things, when we are going through the project and we came across this file and we have seen that, oh, I have written the channel name as wrong. So what could we do? So now one thing is, so here the two scenarios you need to remember. One scenario is if the commit, if the branch or if the commit or anything, so the commit, whatever the commit you have made, initial commit, that one, if it has went into the public, so if it has collaborated into the public, means nothing but into the GitHub or anything. So in the coming we will see about these all things also, distributed things. So in the cloud it has been went, then it's the better process is to commit with a new file. So something like you can change it here, then you can make a new commit, okay. So but now we are safe that, so if you check the log, so this commit hasn't went into the development, so it hasn't went into the other developers or hasn't went into the cloud. So then I need to the change what I have made, the file change, I want to append it into the this latest commit. Instead of having a separate commit, I want to add it into the recent commit. So how can I make it? So now we have made the changes, so we can check here directly. I have added, if you want you can check in the status. So modified, it has been went into the index.txt. Before that one, let's try to check git show. So this is the change we will try to check here. So now what I can write, git show. So if you want to check the status, so you can write the hash here directly, and if you press here, so here you'll be able to see, hello, this is the new channel, this is the new file added in the index.txt. Before that there is no file in the index.txt. The index.txt file is not there. So here you'll be able to see the DVP. Okay, so in this commit, so in the initial commit you'll be able to see the changes. Now now I made the changes. So if you try to check the git diff -- cache, something like this, so you'll be able to see the changes. So now what is present in the master, and also what is the changes we have seen. So now this change has to be going to the same commit, initial commit only, it has to be gone. So instead of having a separate commit, so what we need to do now, what I can do here, so what I will try to do is, so I have added it into the stage. So now what I can do is git commit, instead of using this commit and instead of writing this message, you can write something like -- amend. Okay, so if I write like this amend, So hyphen hyphen amend, you need to understand that. So now it will ask you that, so do you want to change the commit message? So you will get the recent commit. So initial commit, this is the message I have given in the previous commit. So now it is asking us, do you want to change anything? So if you want to change, you can change it, or otherwise you can leave it like this only. So just I am saving it, escape colon WQ, and I am saving. See, the commit has been done. Now if you try to check the git status, so yeah, everything is clean. Now if you try to check the git log, so let me clear this one. Yeah. Now if I try to check the git log, there is only one commit. So now there is only one commit. So git log hyphen hyphen one line also you can check. So there is only one commit is present. So that means the commit what we have did recently, it has been appended into the initial commit. So if you want to check, you can check the status git show. What we can say, so we can copy this new thing. So now git show, and here I can give the hash here directly. So now if I try to check this hash, see now the change, if you try to see, hello, this is the new channel Leela Web Dev. So in this commit only, in this initial commit only, the changes what we have done later also, it has been appended. So this is how we will be doing the, what we can say, appending the commit. So if you have the file changes and you don't want a separate commit for that file changes, and you want to append those all the changes into the previous commit, latest commit, means you can use git commit hyphen hyphen amend. Okay. Or otherwise, if you want to do it as a separate commit, means you can do that normally git commit hyphen m, you can give the message. So, and also you need to remember that important thing, if that commit hasn't gone into the, if it is in your local only, then only you can do this amend thing. So if it went into the public branch and all those things, means then it might create a confusion, and there might be a loss of data. So this is the thing I will be telling you today. So you need to use this commit thing, and if you want to combine all the multiple commits, and if you want to make it as a single commit, hope you understood about this appending the commit. So now if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn new command, that is nothing but the cherry pick. So this is one of the advanced command used in the Git. So same like the rebase command only. So when we will be using this cherry pick command. So cherry pick is used if you want to apply particular commit from one branch to another branch. So that means cherry pick, when we will be using that one is, so cherry pick, the name itself indicates that one. So you have a commit in one branch and you want only that commit to be available in the another branch also. So that means if you want one commit to be available in another branch also, you don't want all the commits that is present in the branch A. You want only one particular commit. You want to pick one commit and you want to place it in another branch, something like branch B. So then we will be using this cherry pick. So that means we are cherry picking the commit in one branch and we are placing it in another branch. Now, so cherry pick is mainly used if you don't want to merge the whole branch. So that is the reason we told, right? So you have a branch A and I don't want to merge this whole branch, but I want some specific commits in this branch to be entered into the another branch. So, and you want some of the commits, then you will be using this cherry pick command. Okay. Now, cherry pick, just like the rebase, it is an advanced concept and also a powerful command. So just as we discussed, just like rebase, it is an advanced concept and also a powerful command. Cherry pick is a useful tool, but not always it is not a good option. Okay, so cherry pick is useful only, but it is always not a good option. Why it is not a good option? It always causes duplicate commits. So that means it always causes the duplicate commits. This is the main reason why it is not a good option. So now mainly cherry pick is used for the bug fixes where you want to place that bug fix commit in all the version branches. So this is the place I will be using this cherry pick commonly. Where I will be using is, for example, we have some feature branches, something like version 1.0, version 2.0, version 3.0. These are the versions of our code. So now we are working on a new version. Okay, let's assume that, and we came to know that there is a bug present in this branch, in this version, and also we came to know that this bug is present in all the versions 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0. and we need to fix this bug in all the 1.0 and also 2.0. So in order to instead of going into the each and every branch and fixing those bug fixes, we will be working in the 3.0 directly, and we will pick that specific commit and we'll place it in all the versions. So I will show it in a demo. So this is where we will be using the cherry pick commonly. And also where we will be using this cherry pick is if you accidentally made a commit in a wrong branch. Okay, so you have accidentally made a commit in a wrong branch and you want that commit to be present in another branch, means you can cherry pick that commit. Okay, so now we have already discussed, right? It's create a duplicate commit. So here you will be able to understand. So you think that this one is a master branch, okay, and here you are having this blue one is a feature branch, something like that, and you want this single commit, this red color commit only, to be placed in the master commit. Okay, now here you got the duplicate. So this commit will be copied and it is placed as a separate hash. So this is the reason. So this commit will not be shared here. So you will have completely entire copy. It will be copied. Git will copy this one and it place it here, so that each one is a duplicate thing. So this is the main drawback of the cherry pick, and this is the that is the reason we will be not using most oftenly this one. So it is not a good option. So let's try to see it in a demo. So now I will be opening the Git bash here. Okay, we are having the Git project. So what I will try to do is I will try to create a new project, mkdir git hyphen cherry pick. Okay, so I have created a new project, git hyphen cherry pick. So now I entered into this one. So now let me initialize this project. Okay, let's add something like index.txt file. Okay, so now in the master we have index.txt file. So let's add this one. Now I will commit. So initial commit, let's assume. So now, so we have created one file and we have committed. So now if I try to check git log hyphen one line, so we have one commit. Now let's assume that we have three versions. So this is a project and we have three versions. Let's assume, so I am creating a branch 1.0. So this is one branch, and git branch 2.0. So we have second version, and git branch 3.0. Okay, so we have third version also. So now if we try to check the git branch, so we will be able to see the 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0. Let's assume that we are working on the new version, that is nothing but the 3.0. So I moved to the 3.0. So now we are working on this one. So now here I will be working on some feature. So now va feature.txt. So now you can save it like this. Okay, so now git add, so git commit -m. So working on the feature, so working on the 3.0 feature or something like this, I have committed. Now if I try to check the git log hyphen one line, if I try to check hyphen one line, now you will be able to see that initial commit is there. So where the 1.0, 2.0 is there branch, and also in the 3.0 it has moved further ahead, and it is where we are working on the 3.0 feature. So fine, it's fine. Now I'm able to, now when we are working, so we able to realize one bug here in the 3.0. So we found one bug and we came to know that this bug is present already in the 1.0 branch and also the 2.0 branch. So now I will try to fix it. So let's think that we are trying to fix this one. So we bug fix. So fixed the bug in 3.0. So okay, let's assume. So we have fixed the bug. So now let's add this one here and git commit -m. So bug fix completed, or otherwise bug fix done. So now we have committed here. So now if I try to check here git log online, so here, so we have fixed the bug fix in the 3.0, but we know that we need to add this bug fix in 2.0 and 1.0 also. But we don't want to merge this 3.0 into the 2.0 and 1.0. Why? Because already we are still working on the feature. So we are still working. We haven't completed that feature, but we want that bug fix to be entered into the 2.0 and 1.0. So then how we can do? So in this scenario, we can cherry pick that particular commit. So we know that this particular commit should be entered into the 2.0 and 1.0. What can we do is, so just copy this hash here. Okay. So let's go to the git checkout 2.0. Okay, so we entered into the 2.0. Just check git log hyphen online. Okay, sorry, hyphen one line, and you will be able to see, sorry, so you will be able to see only one commit here, and if you try to see the ls, you will be having only index.txt file. Now what I will try to do here, git cherry pick, and we will be doing git cherry pick, and we need to paste the hash, whatever the hash we have copied. So now if I paste it here, so automatically the commit what we have did in the 3.0, it will be placed in the 2.0 also. If I try to press the ls, see the bugfix.txt file also came. So previously we have only index.txt before doing the cherry pick, but now we have the bugfix.txt file also. So now if I try to check git log hyphen one line, so now you will be able to see that the commit also came here in the 2.0. In the same scenario, so you can go to the git checkout master, git checkout 1.0 version also you can go, and here if I try to see the ls, you will be having only index.txt file. I will try to show you. So ls, you will be having index.txt file. If I try to check, so you will be having only one commit. So now what I will try to do, git cherry hyphen pick, okay, cherry hyphen pick, and we need to paste the hash, same hash what we have copied. So now done. So now if I try to check the ls, so bugfix also came here, the file, and also if I try to check git log hyphen one line, so we got the commit also, bugfix done commit also we got it here. So previously we have only the initial commit, right now we have also one another commit which we have picked from the 3.0 branch. So this is the place where we will be using this cherry pick. So hope you understood about the cherry pick concept. So mainly cherry pick where we will be using is, so in order to pick a specific commits, and we need that commits to be placed in another branches means, so we will be using this cherry pick command. So most oftenly we will be using less often this command. We should not use most oftenly. So if you are using more oftenly means, better if we use the merge or rebase command. So cherry pick where we will be using is this type of bug fixes thing, or we have wrongly committed in another branch means we will be using this cherry pick. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. Before continuing to some of the comments, something like git reset and all those things, I want to tell some concept that is nothing but the git head. So let's explore some little bit more about this git head. So when we are working in the project and all those things, we are able to see one concept, that is we are checkouting the master and we are going to branch and we are checkouting the branch and all those things we are doing. In the previous videos also we have seen that head. What is this head? So while we are working, we only check out one branch at a time. So you are able to observe keenly that we are able to check out only one branch at a time. That is also called as head branch. So we will be also talking about this head. Head is at some master, head is at some place, head is at like that we are able to see. And that head, what is that head is? So now git makes note of this branch. So that means where we are right now. So the current situation. So when we add a new commit, where I need to add it. So git makes a note of this branch. So where it stores that one? So we already know that it stores in a head file. It is present in the .git folder. That head file, commonly it has the reference to the path of the branch. So something like .git/refs/, you'll be having the file, another file for that branch. In that branch you'll be having a specific commit. So that is the git head thing. And now you need to remember that git head is nothing but the reference to a branch. So head is nothing but reference to a branch. So where we are currently right now, that is nothing but the head. So now you need to remember that head not only reference to the branch, it also reference to a particular commit also. You need to understand exactly that one. So now you head doesn't only points to a specific branch. It can also points to a specific commit also. So that when your head is pointing to a separate specific commit means, then it will become a detached head. So this is commonly you will be able to see this type of error. You will be commonly able to explore. So git, when you are doing some commands errors, you will be able to see this error, that is like now head is in a detached head. Now git is in a detached head, it will be able to say. That means head is detached to a particular branch and it has detached to a separate branch, a separate commit. So if the head is pointing to a specific commit means, then it is called as a detached head. So now how to how to do this one detached head. So how we can deal with this type of detached head, let's try to do this one. So now let's go to visualize git. So now if you try to see this visualize git, okay, so here is the visualizer git, so you'll be able to see this one, right? Now what I will try to do here, so now the head, currently the head is pointing to a branch that is nothing but the master. If you try to see here, you'll be able to see that head is on master, it is saying. So now what I will try to do here, we have already discussed that head not only points to the branch, it can also point to a specific commit. So now let's try to take this specific commit. And now what I will try to do here, git checkout. Okay, git checkout, not only the branch, I can do specific commit also. Now when we do this checkout, the head will be moved to a particular commit. If I try here, so now head has moved to a particular commit, and here if you try to see, head is now a detached head. Okay, so detached head means now head is not pointing to any branch, head is pointing to a particular commit. Okay, and now the master is also pointing to a particular commit. Now let's try to do some codes. So now when I do a commit here, what will happen? The master will not move, the head only moves here. See, if I try to do, what is happening here? The head only moves to a particular commit, so but the master stays at here only. Now you will be able to see the dotted lines. Why? Because the commit doesn't belongs to any branch. So that is the reason it is there here. Now what I will try to do, I will do another commit. So now the head is moving, going on to a particular commit. Now if I want to go back to the master, how can I go back? So we can write git checkout master. So as we know that one, so now what will happen? The head will move automatically to the master. So now head has moved to the master. Then now you need to realize that what will happen to these two commits. So how can I go back to those two commits? So now if you try to see here, the git has already did two commits with the separate hash objects. So now what will happen to these two things? So now in a project you will nowhere go into these two commits. Why? Because you don't have any branch, so no branch is pointing to these two commits. So until and unless if you know these hashes only, then you can go to this particular commit, or otherwise there is no chance that you will go into these commits. So now what will happen at that going on? So now there is no reference to any branch, these commits. So time goes on, git what will do is, git will automatically delete, garbage collects this one. So it will be deleted, that one. So these two commits will be automatically deleted and it is garbage collected. So these are the things you need to remember. Now I know this particular commit. Okay, now what I will try to do here, I will try to commit these files. Okay, so now I have committed, the master is moving into a separate thing. So now these two commits are left isolated. So these two commits are isolated. So now what can we do? So now we need to somehow combine these two commits into the master. So how we can do? So one thing how we can do is, as these two commits are isolated, first what we need to do, we need to know the hash of these commits, the latest commit. So now we know the hash of this latest commit. So now I can check out to that commit. Okay, so now the head will become the detached head. Head is having a detached head. Now what I can do here, I can create a branch here. So git branch feature. So now what will happen? Now the branch will point to this latest commit, so that this commit, this all tree will become into a tree branch. Okay, so now these are all having a path. So now this feature branch is pointing to all these things. Now this is not an isolated thing. So now we can reach to this commit by using this branch name. So now what we can do here, so we can combine this master thing. So now we can go to the git checkout. So what I can do, git checkout master. So now I went to the master, but now the feature branch is here only. So if I want to go, I can directly, no need to remember this hash, I can directly git checkout feature branch. So I can do the git checkout feature branch so that I can go to that latest commit directly. So what I can do here, so either I can do the merge thing. So if you want to preserve the history, or otherwise you can do the rebase as we have already discussed. So what I can do here, git rebase. Okay, What is the thing I want rebase? So I can do the feature. So I can use the rebase thing. So if I press enter here, what will happen? So now the master commit, whatever the master commit is there here, it will come. So these two commits, it will come here at the end of the feature. So now if you try to see here, so let's try to see. See now what is happening? Master has went. So here see the now it is having one single branch. So now the master is there. These two commits also came into the master, and now this commit has been isolated, and later on Git will automatically do the garbage collection. So Git will remove this, deletes automatically this file, and now this has made a copy and it has created the copy with a new hash object. Okay, so this is how the head will work. So now this is how we will be dealing with the detached head. So when you are in the detached head and you know the specific commit and you want that commit to be added into a particular branch means, so you can do this type of things. So you can deal this type of detached head. So in this manner. Okay, hope you understood about this detached head and all those things. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn another new command that is nothing but git reset. So now the term reset itself stands for undoing changes. So now you will be able to see the command name that it itself as a reset. Reset means nothing but we are resetting the data. That means we are undoing the changes. The term, the name itself indicates that one. So commonly what we can say is in our Git world, so reset is often considered as referred as a confusing command. Why? Because so it has a little bit of confusing. But if you know the concept, it is a very easy command only. So reset does different things in different contexts. So we have some different types of things. So in different contexts, if you use the reset, it will do the different things. We will see that one. So how the reset will be used in different ways, we will try to see. So that's why what the people will be saying is the git reset is considered as something like complex command. So they will be thinking something like reset. If you doesn't know the concept behind the reset, so we can they will be saying that it is something like complex command. They will be saying, okay, but it's a reset is a very easy command only. So now let's try to analyze this reset the command. So now for example, you up to know what we have learned about the git commands and all those things, you know that if you want to move the branch from one place to another place, so that means for example you have a branch, master branch, and if you want to move that master branch, what is the commands you will be using generally? The following commands, these are the following commands it will be used to move the branch. That is git commit. When you commit when a new commit is committed, then the branch which you are committing in that branch, the branch will move forward to that commit. And also git merge. When you do the merge thing, so the pointer, the branch will move to the merge commit. And sometimes rebase also moves the pointer. That is nothing but the branch. So these three commands, what it will do, it will move the branch. Okay, so apart from these three commands, so if you keenly observe these three commands, so it will not move the branch actually. So if you kindly observe, these commands are not used for moving the branch. These commands we are not explicitly are using for not moving the branch. These are used for creating a commit. Okay, for creating a commit, we are using this git merge, git rebase, or git commit and all those things. Apart from creating a commit, the branch is moved as a side effect. Okay, these are the branches, the pointer has been moved as a side effect for creating a new commit. So for creating a new commit, the branch has been moved. So you need to remember this one. So that means we don't have a command for explicitly moving the branch. So if you commit, the commit will be created. Apart from that, as a side effect, the branch also will be moved. If you merge means another branch will be merged into our branch, and the pointer will be moved to the latest merge commit. So for these scenarios, the branch is moving. So we are not using explicitly the merge command or commit or rebase for moving the branch, right? So now you get a question that is there any specific command for the one to specially move the branch only or head? Head means we already know that we are moving that one git checkout, so something like that. Head is also moved. Okay, detached head, it will become a detached head. But for moving the branch, so do we have anything? So now, so reset does this one. So now you need to understand that reset does. So reset, it is used only to move the branch. You need to understand this only. So reset is used to move the branch from one commit to the another commit. Previously we have used the head. For in the previous video we have seen, for moving the head from one commit to another commit, we have used the git checkout for moving that one head. So now for moving the branch itself, so if the branch is moved means if the head is there, if that branch means automatically the head is also will be moved. So for moving the branch, we will be using the reset command. You need to understand this thing. So now while considering these all things, so apart from these all things, reset has some options. Okay, optional options. Okay, we can say it's an optional thing. First one is the -- hard. What is this -- hard? So if you use git reset -- hard means, so now whatever the files, we are moving to a specific commit means, whatever the files present in that working area, okay, present in that repository area, those all changes will be moved into the working area and the staging area. Okay, we already know that we will be having three areas, that is working area, staging area and the repository area. So whatever the files present in the repository area, it will be moved to both working area and also the staging area. So now if you understand -- mixed, this is the default option. Okay, you need to understand that this is the default. So you don't need to mention this mixed thing. Automatically git reset, if you are doing means, it is a default option. So now it moves the files that are present in the repository area only to the stage area. Okay, so it doesn't move to the working area. -- soft means doesn't move any files. So the repository area, the files will be there like that only, and the working area and the staging area, it will not move the files to the working area, staging area. So these are the things you need to remember. -- hard moves the files both to working and staging. Mixed means it will move only to the staging area, and soft means it will not move the files. Okay, so this is the git reset thing. So now what we'll try to do is, we will try to see the overview. So how the reset will be working. So in the visualizing it, later onwards we can see the, what we can say, we can see the practical implementation in the git. So now by this learning, what you can say, so simply reset moves the current branch. Okay, so reset moves the current branch from one commit to another commit. So how we have moved the head from one commit to another commit. So if we move like that means it becomes a detached head, right? In the same scenario, if you move the branch from one commit to another commit, so you will be using the reset. And optionally, and you can use those options to copy the data from the repository area to the working area or the staging area. And you can optionally use these values to move the data from repository area to the working area, staging area. You need to remember this thing. Okay, so now let's try to see the visualization of the git. So now if I open this visualizing git here, so now here you will be able to see that the master is referencing to this commit, and also head is there also in this commit. Now what I will try to do here, I will try to do some commit. Okay, so now I have did the commit. Okay, so now master has moved, and also the head also has been moved to the latest commit. So I am doing the another commit. Okay, so now we have did the two commits. We have applied the two commits. So where we have applied, so one commit we have applied here, and another commit we have applied here. So now I found that I cannot move this master branch to the backside, right? So I cannot move this branch to the backside. If I want, I can move this head to the here. So how can I move? So I can take this one and I can use git checkout like this. So now the head has been moved. Now I want to move the master. So how can I move the master? So now let's try to understand. So now let's try to move the head also, so that head and master is the same place. Now I want to move the master, so that head also automatically moves. So now how can I move is, so here I need to use the git reset. So to which commit I need to move? So to this commit I need to move. So you can just copy and you can paste it here. Okay, so now I am pasting it here. See, automatically the master has been moved to the previous commit. Whatever the commit I have mentioned, it has moved. So now you need to remember. So here also it is telling that assuming the hard. So as this one is for demo purpose, so it is assuming the hard. The default one is the mixed thing. So we'll see it in the practical implementation. So you need to understand. So now you have understood, right? The git reset is used to move the branch from one commit to the another commit. So if you want to have the commit, if you want to move the branch to the specific commit means, we can use the git reset. You need to remember this one. So now in the practical world, so now you have a doubt that, okay, fine, I understood that Head, if I want to move the head means I can use the git checkout. If I want to move the branch means I can use the reset thing. So what is the practical use of this one? So in the practical places where I can use this git reset. Okay, so you may be having a doubt this one. So where you will be using this reset thing means if you want to undo the feature or something like that. So if you want to undo a feature, we will be using this git reset. I will show you in the next video where in the practical usage we will be using this one. So hope you understood about this git reset thing. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see the practical implementation of the git reset. So where in the real world, we will be using the git reset. Now here, I am creating a project. Okay, so let's try to create mkdir git reset. Okay, so I am creating a project and let's go into the project git reset. So I went into the project. Now what I will try to do, let's initialize the project git init. So initialize the project, we are in the master branch. Let's assume that we are in the master branch. So now I will create va index.txt file. So I am creating a new file, va.index.txt file. So let me close this one. So now let me add into the staging area and commit -m. So add index file. Okay, so this is the commit I have made. So if you want to check, you can check something like git log -one line. So now we are able to check the commit. So we have added an index file. Now fine, it's fine. Now what I want to do is, so now let's clear out this one. So now what I do want to do is, so I'm trying to work in some feature. Okay, so let's think of I'm working on a feature. So let's go. So let's try to implement. So I'm implementing in the master branch only. You remember. So now feature.txt. So I have created a file. So just I want to stop. So I'm moving this one. So I'm committing something like, so here git commit -m. So now, sorry, git commit -m. I can write something like create feature. Okay, create feature file. So we have created a feature file. Now if I try to check git -log one line, so now another commit is there and the head is also there at the create feature file. Okay, fine. So now again, the very next day I came and again I have started working on this feature file only. So what I will try to do, so just I will try to open this feature file and I will try to do hello. So I am working on the Leela Web Dev. So we are working on this feature file. Okay. So now let's try to add it. So at the end of the day, what I will try to do, I will try to do, I will try to add it to the staging area and I will commit the work what I have did. So now working on the feature. Okay, so working on the feature. So now after working these all the things, so now if I try to check this one, so I came to realize that, so now I am in the commits. So I came to realize that, so this feature is not necessary right now. So this feature is not going to be live. So this feature, we don't want to work on this feature. So otherwise, whatever the feature up to now I have worked the logic, everything is wrong. So I want to implement in a nice manner. So what we need to do, so now how can I implement? So already the feature file is there. So what we need to do is, so we need to go everywhere and we need to delete the thing what we have implemented the feature. That one will be a tedious thing. So now we know that up to here, the add index file. So this is the place where we didn't implement the feature. The right next commit from here onwards, we have implemented the feature. So now if we move this master or head to this commit, so then it will be very easy. So that feature will be removed and from here onwards, I can create I can do the logic again with the new logic. So for that feature. So now how can I move this one? So we know that how to move the head, but the master will not be moved. So we know that how to move the head branch. So we can move the branch using git reset. So what I can do here, git reset. So what I can do here, so this is the common, sorry. So now I can do git reset. So I can paste it here. So if I, before doing this one, what we can check, we will check the status. So everything is clean. Okay, nothing is there. So now what I will try to do, git reset. And now I can paste this one So now what I want to do, so I want these files and also these files. So why? Because if you try to type the ls here, the feature.txt file is still there. So now if I try to do git reset git reset, so what we can do, so the commit name, yeah, here if I do here like this, so git reset it has been moved. So now it has been moved. So now if I try to check git log -- one line, okay, we are able to see that the two commits has been removed. And if I try to see the status, but still the feature.txt file is there, right? So what can we do here? So I can do something like, instead of using this one git reset, we need to do the hard, so that everything will be removed. So now why? Because if you do the ls, still the feature.txt file is there present in the working area, but we have took the commit. So but the commit has been moved here. So if I try to check here, sorry, git log -- so the feature commits what I have did, everything the commits has been removed, but still the feature file is there. So for that reason, what we need to do here, we need to do git reset -- hard. So if we move the hard, then head also has been moved. Head is now at this one and index file. So now here what it will try to do, so if I try to check the ls, so now still it is there. So why? Because we have already moved this one. So now what we can do, so git reset. So if I check the status, so here still the feature file is there. Why? Because we have already set this one. So now if I want to move this one, so now what I can do here, so let us commit. Okay, so git add this one. Okay, git commit -m feature file added. Okay, so now I am adding this one again. So now let's try to check the git log -- one line. So now here the head is at here. Now I want to move the head to before this 30192b. So now let's copy this one, and now what I will try to do, git reset. Okay, copy this one, sorry, paste this one, and here -- hard. If you give this one, so now head is now at this one. So now if I try to check the status, so nothing is there in the branch. So previously we got the feature if you do the soft thing. So now nothing is there. If I do the ls, so here nothing is there. So everything has been gone. So now if you keep the hard thing, so in the staging area also the repository files will not be there. So everything will be clean. Okay. So now if you do the hard thing means, so everything, it's repository, everything will be coming into the staging area and the index area. So you need to remember this one. So this is how we will be doing. So if I want to move the branch from one commit to another commit, we will be doing like this. And another scenarios where we will be doing this one. So now I will explain you. For example, see here, what I will try to do is, so here ls, if I try to do, yeah, okay. So I am having git via index.txt file. Okay. So hello Leela. So I have written something like this and I am saving. So now if I try to do here, so git status, okay. So it is in the working area, still it is in unmodified state. Okay, unstaged. So now we need to move it to staging area. So now how can I move? So git add, I moved it to the staging area. So now git status. So here you can see that in order to move this one again to the working area, from unstaging area to the working area, you can use git restore -- stage restyling. So but we can also use the reset command to remove the, what we can say, to remove the files from the staging area. What is that option? That is nothing but the mixed option. So if you have the mixed option, whatever the files present in the repository, it will be moved to the staging area, not to the working area. So now what I can do here, git reset, I can use the head and I can use the -- mix, or otherwise if you don't use also, not a problem. So if I do this one, so what will happen? See, so now unstaged, it has moved, index.txt has moved to the unstaged. So now if you try to check the status, see, now it is in the modified stage. So it is in the working area. Previously it was in the staging area, now it was in the working area. Now you need to understand that reset can also be used to move the files from staging area to the working area also. Now I want to remove this from the working area also. What I can do here? So git reset head -- hard. I can use the hard, so that the stage files, whatever the thing it is present, and also here that whatever is present, everything will be removed. For example, see, now I will add it to the staging area here. Okay, so now if I try to check the status, so it is in the staging area. Now again I am trying to change this one. Okay, so hello, what I can do here, Leela web dev. So I am saving this one. So saved. Now if I try to check the status, the same index.txt, it is in the staging area and also it is in the working area. Now I want to remove these all the files, okay, from both in the staging area and also in the working area. I want to get the update files, whatever the current files it is present in the head. So what I can do here, git reset head hyphen hard. So if I do the hard, now head has moved to the recent commit and also the files has been removed from the staging area and also in the working area. If you try to check the status, see now what will happen. See, everything is clean, branch master is everything is clean. Okay, so now if I try to check the vi index.txt file, so now nothing is there. So hello Leela, everything, nothing is there. So this is how also we will be using the reset command. So you need to understand that if you want to move a particular branch or omit the particular commits, means you can use this git reset, or otherwise if you want to remove the changes present in the staging area also, you can use the git reset mixed option. And if you want to remove the files, changed files both in the staging area and also in the working area, means you can use the git reset hyphen hard. Hyphen soft means it will not remove any data from the staging area or unstaging area, just it will move the commit, okay, move to the particular commit. So this is all about the git reset command. Hope you understood about this git reset command. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the git stashing. So what is this git stashing and when we need to use this git stashing? So now git stashing, let's try to see when this git stashing is useful. Okay, before learning about the git stash, so let's try to see when we need to use this git stash. So normally we have learned so many of the commands, right? So now where this git stash will actually fit into, we'll try to see. Now the scenario is, so when it will come is, normally we will try to see a scenario. Sometimes you want to switch a branch, okay, when you are trying to switch a branch, when you want to switch a branch, but you are working in an incomplete part of your current project. So that means you are working in a separate branch, you are doing the work, you are doing the logic and all those things, and suddenly you want to do another task. Now you don't want to make a commit of that half done work. So whatever the work you have did is so half only. So now you don't want to make a commit for that one. So then where it will be useful, then git stashing allows us to do so. Okay. Normally up to now what we have learned using this current knowledge. So what we can do if we keep the git stash apart, what we'll try to do. Normally when you switch a branch, okay, you will commit the code and switch to the new branch. So that means what we'll try to do. So when you are committing in a new, when you are doing the work in a branch means, so when you got a chance, when you have a work on another branch or you want to do the bug fix or anything, means whatever the work you have did, you will commit that one and you will switch to the new branch. This is the common thing. Now without committing, if you switch a branch, okay, without committing, if you switch a branch, what will happen? Two things will happen. Okay, you can assume that two things can happen. What will happen is, now you have done the changes are there in that branch only. Now you suddenly switch to the branch without committing that code. What will happen is the branch will be shifted carrying those changes to that current branch. Okay, you need to understand this one. So carrying those changes to the current branch. And the second thing what will happen is, Git will not allow us to switch the branch until and unless and ask us to commit or stash the changes. Okay, here you will get the stash. So asks us that you cannot switch the branch because modified some changes are there in your current branch. Please do the commit of your work or otherwise stash it. It will ask you. It will tell you. So we know that please do the commit means we know that what we need to do. The commit means. But what is this stash? So this is the place where the stash will be very useful. And we know that we don't want to commit that half done work. Then that means we cannot commit that code. We need to do the stashing only. Okay. So let's try to see. Now what we can say by this one. So the git stash command enables you to switch branches without committing the current branch. Okay. You need to understand the definition. The git stash command, what it will try to do, it will enables you to switch the branches without committing your current branch. That means without committing your changes in your current branch. So the git stash will allows you to switch the command. The stash meaning is generally what we can say is store something safely in a hidden place. So that means it will not commit your changes, but it will store the changes, whatever the changes you have made in your current branch, the half done work, it will store that one safely in a hidden place. The sense in Git is also the same for stash. Okay, so the same thing. Git temporarily saves your data safely without committing. So that is the main definition for the stash. Okay, now let's try to see in the real-time scenario when this stashing situation will occur. So normally what I can say is, so let me escape this one. So let's go to the project here. So now what I am here, I am in the git stash. Okay, let's go. So now what I will try to do is, I will try to create a new project that is nothing but mkdir git stash. Okay, git stash. So I am creating a project. So let's go into the git hyphen stash. Sorry, cd git hyphen stash. So I went into this project. Now what I will try to do, this one is a empty plain new project. So let initialize the repository. So I have initialized the repository. So let me clear this one all. So now in the master, now I am in the master. What I will try to do is, I will try to create one file, index.txt. Okay. So what I will create index.txt file. Okay, fine. So let me do these changes. So let me save this. I will add it, git add dot. Okay. So git commit hyphen m. So create index file. Okay, so I have created a index file. That's it. Now what I will try to do, I will create a feature. Now I shifted, so I want to work out in a feature, so I can use git checkout hyphen b. So I am working on a feature. Let's say feature. So I shifted back. So what I can have the index.txt with me. So why? Because I have committed in the master. So after creating the index.txt, I have created a branch. Fine. So now I will create a feature file. So feature.txt. So now what I will try to do, created feature file, whatever the thing you want, you can write it. So you are working on the feature file. I have saved it. Now immediately, so we can check the status. So now it is in the working area. So it is modified. So now immediately one of my project manager has called me and told me that don't work on that feature right now. So we have a urgent bug fix to be worked. So please do the bug fixing then now. So now what I need to do? So now I need to shift the branch. So I need to go to the master and I take the new branch, something like hotfix or bug fix, and I need to work on this one. So now, but I am still working on this feature. I don't want to commit this code. So what I can do? One thing is, so I can directly check out master. Okay, so I switch it to back to the master immediately. So what happens to the feature? So if you try to check the status, okay, so if you try to check the status, see the feature.txt is there file here. Okay, so what we can do here, so now one thing is, so now what I can do here, I can go to the feature. So I can go to the feature. Okay, so here in the feature, so one thing is, I can add it here. So I can commit the feature. So feature work in progress or something like this, and I committed and I can go back. This is normal process. So whatever the thing we will be doing, but our requirement is we don't want to commit that one. So now what I can do is, so we are able to shift the branch. So what I will try to do here, so another scenario is, I changed something in the index. So sorry, changed index. Okay, I have saved this one. So now what I will try to do, I will try to add it. So I will try to commit it. Okay, commit hyphen m. So index file added. Okay, so I have added index file sub. So now I again went back to the checkout feature. So I again went back to the feature. So now I will clear it out. So now so we have the work, right? So we know that git log, you'll be able to see the two commits. Head is there. So feature work in progress. Now what I will try to do is, so now I will work in this index.file. So I need to work in the index.file. So index file changes or something like this, whatever the thing. So now I have filed the changes. Now again I need to fix another bug fix. So I need to shift back to the new branch. So master. So now what I can do here, if I try to check the status, okay, modified file is there. So now I will check out to the master. So if I check out to the master, now what will happen? So it is not allowing us to change the to go to the master branch. Why? Because it is saying that here you will be able to see that your local changes to the following files would be overwritten if you are checkout. Please commit your changes or stash them before you switch branches. It is saying. So that means please commit your changes. So whatever the thing we have did previously in the feature.txt file, the same thing it is saying, or stash them before switch branches. So it is telling that, or otherwise you stash that one before switching the branches, it is saying. So for first one we already know, and what we need to do, we need to do the stashing thing. So here this is the situation where the stashing, we need to do the stashing. So here we have modified the index file in the feature branch, and also the master branch also the index.txt file has been modified, and that update has not been taken into the feature. So when we are trying to switch the branch from feature to the master, and Git already intelligently recognized that already in the master index.txt file has been changed, and here this guy is changing the index.txt file in this branch, and he is trying to shift the branch. So it doesn't know what to take that index.txt file. So that is the reason it is telling that please commit the changes in your branch, or otherwise stash it, so that you can use it in the future, it is saying. So this is the place where we will be using the stashing. Now I don't want to commit this index.txt file. So now what I need to do? So I need to stash it. So this is the place where we will be using the stashing. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to do the stashing thing. Instead of doing the committing the changes, we will do the stashing, so that you will understand why we will be using the stashing. Okay. Hope you understood where we will be using the stashing, and also hope you understood the stashing methodology. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen that when we are trying to check out to the master, so it is telling that your local changes will be overridden. So when you check out to the master, please commit your changes or stash them before you switch branches, it is saying. So please commit your changes means, so what is the thing? So whatever the changes we have did, we will commit those changes. But now we are learning about the stashing thing. So now we will do the stash instead of committing the data. So what is this stash? So the stash mainly when we will be using this one is, so I don't want to commit this data. Why? Because I am in the middle of the task, and I don't want to commit this data. So what I can do here, I can kept in a separate secret place, that is nothing but the stashing. So stashing is a place just like the working area, index area, and the repository area. How we are having these three states, we will be having another one, stashing. This place, what we will try to do is, so we will try to keep these all files in a secret place, so that whenever there is a requirement of these things, whenever we need to get back, we can get the data from that secret place. So now what I will try to do here, so let me clear out. So here, so now I want to, so here if you try to check the status, so here one file has been changed, index.txt file. Now what I need to do, I need to stash these changes so that I can switch back to the master. So now what I will try to do, git, I will just type git stash, that's it. So now when you try to press the git stash, here what it has been saved working directory and index state work in progress. So it has been saved. So both the working directory and the index state. Index state is nothing but the staging. So now both has been went into the stash. So now if we want to see whether the stash has been occurred or not, so what we can do is, we can type the command git stash list. So it will give you the list of stashing. So here you will be able to see that this is the stash ID and work in progress on feature 8FE, something like this. Okay. So this is the name of the previous stash. So what we can say, previous commit, whatever the previous commit is there, so that one is kept as a stash name. Okay. So if you want to give your own stash name is also we can give. Let's try to see. So now I have saved this one in the stashing. Now what I will try to do, so I can now switch back to the git checkout master. So I can check out to the master, switch back to the master. So now if I try to check here, what will happen? Now I have been switched back to the master. Now we will see the status here. So now if I try to see the status, nothing is there, everything is clean. Now what I will try to do, so now I want to apply the changes. Okay, I want to apply, so whatever the work I want, so for example whatever the work I want, I can do it here, I can do it here. Now I went back to the feature branch. Okay, let's assume that I went back to the feature branch. Okay, so now if we try to check the status here, so nothing is there. Now what I can do is, so now I want my changes to be get back in the branch. So previously what we have did the changes, I want to get back those changes. What I can do here, so we need to write git, so we know that git stash list is there, right? Sorry, git stash list is there. So now we can use another command, that is nothing but what we can say is git stash pop. So now pop, this command, what it will try to do is, it will take the recent stash, so recently pushed stash, it will take from the stash and it will remove it in the stash list and it will give it to the branch. So now if I click on stash pop, see, changes has been came to the index.txt file. So whatever the changes we have kept it previously, it has been came, and here you will be able to see the dropped the stash file. So now if I try to check the stash list, so we will be not sorry, if I want to check the stash list, I cannot able to see the stash list. Stash list is empty. Okay, so this is how we will be applying, we will be adding into the stash, and also getting it back from the stash. So now if you want to check the git status here, so now if I can try and check the git status, so whatever the modified file is there, index.txt file, we get it back. Now previously we have seen, right? So now if you want to stash it again, you can stash it. Now previously we have seen that the previous commit, it has been giving the name, right? So if you want to add a name, you can give your custom name for the stash also. That is nothing but git stash. So if you click on stash here, if you click on enter, so it will take the previous commit as the stash name. So if you want to give your custom name is git stash save and give the stash name. So something like modified. So you can take something like message, right? So modified index, something like this. If I click here, so now it has been index file has been went into the stash. So if you want to check the stash list, you can write something like git stash list. See, now it is there in the stash here. Okay, so now this is how we can give our, so here you will be able to see that modified index also, you will be able to see the stash. So now this is how you will be getting, you will be adding the custom name also in the stashing thing. Now see, for example, not only the git stash pop, so now when I try to use the git stash pop, okay, so it will be applied, the stash, the recent stash will be applied. For example, if you want to see the stash list, okay, stash list, if you want to see the stash list, nothing is there. So that means the stash list has been popped out. So popped out means it will be removed from the stack. So dropped, here it is dropped. So now for example, for you don't want to delete that stash. Okay, I want to keep that stash aside only, but I want to retrieve that one. So how can we do is, for example, here what I can do here. So let's try to do it, git stash save. So I can write modified stash or something like this. Okay, so I saved it here. So now let me clear out this one. So now what I can do is, I don't want to delete it from the stash list, but I want to apply it to the feature branch. So if I check the stash list here, so we have the stash list, and now what is the command we need to use is git stash, okay, apply. We need to use the apply. Okay, now if I try to save this, copy this one, so if we need to copy the stash ID and space here, we need to give the, oh sorry, now so apply means, so so we haven't given the stash name, right? Git stash apply. So the recent stash will be applied automatically. Now if you try to see the git stash list here, so the list will be there like that only, but we have applied it in the feature. So now if you want to, what we can say, if you want to go to the master means, so you can write something like, so now, so git reset head hyphen hard, so that I will remove everything. Okay, so now I will remove it. So I will check out to the master. So now in the master, what I will try to do, so here in the master also I can write git stash apply directly. So now conflict came. So what is the conflict? We have got it. So why? Because in the index and these all things we have, it is there, right? So that is the reason we are having. So now if you try to see git stash list, so the stash is there, but we got a conflict here because in master index also has been changed and the stash data also has been changed. So if you want to change it means, so you can check the status here. So here you will be able to see. So I can go to the va index.txt file, and here you will be having the changes. Whatever the changes you want to keep, you can keep it. So this index file changes is the stash changes. The changes came from the stash, and this is the changed index. It is there already in the master. So what I will try to do is, so I will try to delete the master thing. So I want to keep the stash changes only. Okay, I keep the stash changes only. So I saved it. Okay. So now if you want to check, you can check the git status. So now it is there like that. So if you want, you can commit. So that means the stashing thing we can apply in the branch, whatever the branch you have stashed it, and also you can apply the stashing thing in another branches also by using this stash pop and stash apply. What is the main difference between the stash pop and the stash apply? Stash pop, it will apply it to that particular branch, the changes, and it will remove it from the stash list so that it will be not available for you when you move on to the other branches. But if you do the git stash apply, what is the benefit of that one? So it will apply it to that current branch, whatever the branch you have did it, and also it will keep it in the stash list also. So it will be there in the stash list also. So this is all some of the comments. So in the stashing thing, so for example, can we make a multiple stashes? So for example, I have made some stashes. So I have made one stash, and also I want to stash it another data. So can we make it? So these are multiple stashes. So there, in stashing there is also a provision for multiple stashes also. So let's try to see about these multiple stashes in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see some of the other useful stash commands which we will be not using regularly, but these are also some of the important which we can use it. So regularly what I will be using is, so I can use this git stash save the stash ID, and also git stash pop. These are the common things. So to save the stash data, git stash, and to retrieve that same stash data, git stash pop, so that it will retrieve and it will delete it from the stash list. Now here what we'll try to do is, so now let's try to check the stash list. So if I try to check the stash list, right now we have stash @0, this is the one stash. So we can also save multiple stashes. So for example, here let's go to git checkout master. Okay, we need to resolve conflict. Okay, so previously we got a conflict, right? So git status, yeah, we'll try to check here index.txt. Yeah, we have fixed the changes. So now before applying the stash, I want to see the changes. So before applying it to the current branch, I want to see the changes. So how can I see that one? So now here we have git stash list, we have the list. So before applying this feature file modified, I want to see what are the changes are there in this stash. So we can use something like git stash show. Okay, so now if I want to give, if I don't give means the recent stash will be applied. So that means feature file. So now if I click here, see that feature.txt file is that added. So we are able to see that one line has been added here. So if I want to see the changes also, what we can do is we can add -p like this. So if I click here, see the one line has been added, changes in the feature file we are able to see. But I want to see the changes for the second one, modified stash. How can I check? So here git stash show, and the stash ID we can give stash @ so where we can give stash @1. So if I give like this, so now we will be able to see the index file changes. So this is the index file changes which is present in the second stash. The first stash also you can give something like stash @0. So now you will be able to see the feature file. So now if you want to see the changes for a particular stash, you can use git stash show -p will show you the changes also with the stash ID. Okay, so now that's it. These are the stashes things. So now what I can do is git stash list. Now I want to delete one stash file. Okay, I want to delete one stash. So how can I do? So for example, if you do git stash pop means it will apply and it will automatically delete it. But if I use apply means it will not delete it. It will add it to the working area, to the current branch, and it will keep it like that only. For example, if you add the pop means it will add it to the current branch. The stash changes will be added to the current branch, and that particular stash will be deleted automatically. But not deleted. It will be so in the pop. Sorry, we a little bit confusion. So what I can say is apply, it will not delete. Pop, it will delete and it will apply. Okay, you need to remember that one. So now what I can do is, so if you want to delete a particular stash means what you can do is git stash drop, and you can give the stash ID. So if you don't give the stash ID means recent stash will be deleted. If you give the stash ID means stash @1 means automatically it will be the stash will be deleted. So if I check that git stash list means, so now you'll be able to see that only one stash is present. Now if I want to clear empty the stash list, so I want to delete all the stash means, so you can use git stash clear. So we can clear it entirely like this. So now if I try to check git stash list, so now entirely everything is deleted. Now another last command, what we can do is, for example here vi feature.txt, I have one file, so I will do some changes. So made some changes here, so I click it here. Now I don't want to apply the, so now if I try to git stash save feature file changes, okay, I have applied this one. So now if I try to check git stash list means, fine, we're able to see. Now I don't want to apply the stashed changes to this current branch. I want the stashed changes to be created in as a separate branch. Now what I can do here, so now I can do something like clear, okay, git stash branch, okay, and we can give the branch name is something like new feature. So if you want a particular stash means, you can use stash @0. If you didn't give it means, so automatically the recent stash it will be applied. So git stash branch new feature like this. So whatever the stash changes it is there, it will be created as a separate branch. So now we have jumped back to the new feature, and in this new feature you will be able to see the stashed changes, whatever the stashed changes we are having. So these are all the stash commands. So now let's try to see again these all commands what we have learned up to now. So now we will learn the stash commands. Let's try to see the stash commands. So git stash, what it will do, stashes the modified files or creates a new stash. Whatever the modified files are present in that branch, it will create a new stash using the git stash. So if you want to give that stash a particular custom name is for identification, you can use git stash save and the stash name. To see all the stashes list, we can use git stash list. To retrieve the recent stash data into the branch means, we use git stash pop. You need to remember that if you do after getting the stash data, it is removed automatically. And if there is any conflicts means, the git stash pop, if you do the git stash pop, if you get any conflicts means, that stash data will not be removed. Okay, you need to remember this one. So now to apply a particular stash means, you can use git stash apply and that particular stash id. And here you need to remember that applied stash id will not be removed in the stashed list. And to delete a particular stash details, what we will be using, git stash drop the particular stash id. If you don't give the stash id means, recent stash will be deleted. And if you want to clear all the complete stash details, you can use git stash clear. And to check the changes of the stashed data, so whatever the stashed data, if you want to check the changes before pulling those changes to that branch means, you can use git stash show -p. So to delete this one, just git stash and git clear already we have seen. And last is, if you want to create a new branch with that stashed data means, you can use git stash branch name and space. You can also give the stash id also optionally. So or otherwise, if you don't give the stash id means, recent one will be applied. So these are all the complete stash commands that are regularly used. So most of the time what we will be using is, we will be using the git stash pop, git stash and git stash list only we will be using most commonly. If you are dealing with the multiple stashes means, you will be using git stash apply, and you can see the git stash changes. These are all things, git stash branch name, and you can see all these changes. Okay, hope you understood about this stashing thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the git checkout. What are some of the additional functionalities what the git checkout will do, we'll try to see in this video. So now up to here, what we have learned about the git checkout is, git checkout does a lot of actually in the git, the checkout command does a lot of things here. So what actually we know up to now, git checkout does a lot of things actually. So what we can do is, so git checkout mostly we have used to move from one branch to another. So that means if I try to open this one, here I am having a git checkout. Right now I am in the master. So if you want to check the branches list, you will be able to see here. So if I want to move from one branch to other branch, something like master to feature or something like that, we can use directly git checkout feature, so that we can move automatically to that branch. So that means we can move from one branch to another using git checkout. So you remember this one point. And another one, what is the second functionality? Creates new branch if the branch is not existed and moves head to that branch. Okay, so that means, for example, here if you try to see git branch, so now I am having master, feature and the new feature. So now if I want to create a new branch and want to move to that checkout, move to that branch also, we can also use this git checkout. So git checkout -b. So I can write something like feature 1. So this is the new feature branch I am creating. So here I can create it like this. Okay. So now what has happened? So now if I try to do git branch, so now new branch has been created, and also the head has also moved to the new branch. So that means we can move from one branch to another using git checkout, and if the branch is not there, using git checkout we can create a branch also. Okay, you need to remember these two things. And another one, not only the branch, we can also shift to a particular commit hash if you observe. Okay, if you observe, so now here in the git checkout we are moving from one branch to another. If the branch is not existed, we are creating. And also not only moving from one branch to another, we can also move to a particular commit hash also, as we already have seen. So now for example, I am in the git checkout master. If I am in the git checkout master, if I clear it out, so now here if I try to check git log -1 line, so we can, if we check the log, so I can move to particular commit also. So if I copy it here and if I do git checkout, so if I paste this one, okay, so now we have moved to that particular branch, particular commit hash. Okay, so not only to the branch, we can move the head to a particular branch also, to particular commit hash also. You need to remember these are the three things what we have learned up to now. Now we will try to see. So now if you move that particular to a commit hash, you will be able to see that what we have seen. Now you are see that you are in a detached state and detached state. So if you want to do, so please do switch back git switch -c. So here you will be able to see that git switch -c. So we will learn about this, what is the switch afterwards, next videos. So we will be able to see this one. You are in detached head. So normally when you are in the detached head, what we will try to do is, we will try to do two types of scenarios we will be doing. One is, so you can use something like git checkout hyphen. You can give hyphen. Hyphen means previously which state it was. Previously it was in the master. So here you will be able to start before coming to this commit hash. Previously one step backward, it is in the master. So it will go to the previous state. So if I click here, so it moved to the previous state. See. So now previously the head is at the master, so I am moving it to the master, it is saying. So previously the head where it is located, it will move to that one. So now you need to remember that git checkout space hash slab hyphen you need to give. So now we have learned this one. So for example, if you are in that particular commit means, and another scenario what we will try to do is, so if you are in a particular commit means, so for example if I take this commit and if I paste it here, so if I am in this particular commit means, normally what the people will be doing is, they will be creating here a separate branch. Okay, new branch or something like this they will create. So from here onwards a new branch will be created starting from that commit. Okay, so these are the two scenarios how we will be creating. So when you are in a detached head, you need to remember that you should not get panic. So what you need to do is, just you can go back to the if you want, you can go back something like git checkout master. You can directly type like this when you are in detached head, or otherwise you can create a new branch from it. Okay, so these are the two things what we can do. So now next scenario, so if you are in detached head, we will be doing the two scenarios. That is nothing but what we can say is, you can leave and go back by using git checkout master, or otherwise you can create a new branch from this one and we can save the changes. So head is no longer detached at the time. Okay, these are the two methods we can do when we are in the detached head. Now, so we will see that git checkout also supports another syntax. You need to remember this one. So git checkout also supports another syntax. What is that syntax? For example, if I am here, I am in the master. So git log -1 line. So I am checking this git log. So now if you are checking this git log, if I want to move to a particular commit means, I need to copy this hash and I need to paste it here. Okay, so for what we need, I need to paste here. Instead of pasting like that, what we can do is, so right now head is here. So we know that this current commit is 2 steps behind. Okay, 2 steps behind the head. So what we can do? So here we can write in a short format something like git checkout. Okay, So taking from the head tilde operator and go to 2 commits behind. Okay, so 2 commits behind means, so head tilde 1 means it will come here, head tilde 2 means it will come here. So now if I click here C495581, remember, so if I click here, see C495581, so head has moved to here like this. Okay, so there is no need to know the hash. If you know how many places it is behind the head means, you can write something like head tilde the number of the number how much count it is below this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see what are the different commands present alternative to the checkout command. So why? Because the checkout command in the previous video we have seen, there are so many different functionalities the checkout will be doing. So checkout is useful to move the head from one branch to another, and also it is useful to create a branch, and also it is useful for moving the head to a particular commit hash. And surprisingly, the checkout command is also used to revert the changes, whatever the changes you have made in the files, checkout can be used. So we have seen these all the things. So that means checkout is doing different types of functionalities. So now that is the reason Git what it has did is, so for each action they have came up with a separate command. For example, see what I will try to show is, now if you try to see here the branch, okay, you will be able to see the branches, the list of branches present in this one. Now if you want to move from master to feature means, what you will try to do, you will use git checkout feature, right? Instead of checkout, you can also use switch. So switch moves the head from one branch to another. So checkout also moves, the switch also moves from one branch to another. If you want to create a new branch means, what you can do is git switch -c new switch branch or something like this. Okay, so you can create like this. So switch to a new branch. So using the switch command, you can use to move the head from one branch to another. So then what is the difference between checkout and switch while moving the branches? One thing what we can say is, for example, if I am here git checkout master, whatever thing, switch master also we can use it. So if I am here, so what I can do is, so for example, if you try to check here log, if I want to move to a particular commit here, what I will be using git checkout, so I can use something like head tilde 2, so I can move to that particular commit. So now if I use git checkout hyphen means, it will go to the previous one, so previous where the head is located, it will go here. But using the same switch, okay, using this same switch command, can I move to this particular hash? No. So a branch is expected. So what it is telling, so switch command works only from branch. So the head it will be moved from one branch to another branch only. It will not move to the particular commit hash. If you want to move to a particular commit hash means, you need to use the checkout. Okay, this is the difference between the switch and the checkout. And another one what I can say is for replacing the files. So okay, so for replacing the files, for reverting the changes. For example, here if you try to check here git status, nothing is there. So what I will try to do, git index.txt. Here I will change the changes. Okay, so now here git status, if I try to check the status, now it is a modified file. So now what I will try to do here, git add dot, git add dot. So now it is added into the staging area. Again I will change this index.txt file. So again I changed this index.txt file. Now if you try to check here git status, so now index.txt file with some changes it is in the staging area, with additional some other changes it is in the working area. Now if I want to revert these changes both in the staged and the unstaged, what I will try to do, git checkout head index.txt. Using this checkout thing we can revert the changes. So now if I try to check the status here, nothing is there. So both in the staging area and also in the working area the changes have been removed. Now if I want, so now if you try to remove only the changes in the working area only, not in the staging area, then here the git is suggesting with a command that git restore. Okay, the restore also will be used to revert the changes. For example, in the same scenario, index.txt, if I try to open here, so if I try to change it, okay, and if I added this one git add dot, okay, I have added here. So now if I try to check the status, so now it is in the staging area. Now if I want to remove that file from the staging area to the working area, means what I can do is git restore hyphen stage and the name of the file. Okay, so if I keep here, so now the restore it moves the file into the working area. Now it is moved into the working area. And if I want to revert the changes from here also, means what I can use git restore index.txt. So it completely removed the file from the working area and the staging area. So it is reverted, all the changes is reverted. So it is sync with the head. So this is the way, this is how we can use the restore command in the place of the checkout command. So we can, using the restore command, you can remove the file from the staging area, and you can also remove the files from the working area also. So this is the two ways how the restore will be useful. Additional to this one, restore is also useful in a different case also. So this is also a little bit of confusing, but it is most useful. So for example, what I can say is, so I will clear it out, this one all. I will check the I will check the log hyphen one line. Okay, now here we are having list of commits. I want to move the index.txt file to the changes to this commit. So now on this commit, how the index.txt file is looked, I want those changes to be reflected in my index.txt file. So what I can do, so first commit means, so now what I can do is I can use git restore hyphen source. Okay, I need to use head, or otherwise you can use the particular hash also. So head moves 2 steps backward, and what is the file I want? So this is the file I want, the changes how it is there in that 2 steps back in that commit hash. If I do like this, see now if I try to check the status, so now index.txt has been changed. So what is the content present in the index.txt? If you try to see, only the first commit is there. So that means at that time, at that commit, these are the changes that are there in the index.txt file. So that means using the restore file, not only we get the changes from the latest head, we can also get the changes that are present in the particular commit hash also. So in this way also, you restore command is very useful. So this is the main thing you need to remember. So for example, if you get a situation that I want to see the file changes what are present in the particular commit hash. So what are the changes present in the particular hash? I want those changes getting back, means, so you can use this restore command. Okay, so these are the different alternatives which will be very useful other than using other than the checkout command. So now we can use the switch command for switching the branches or creating the branches, and restore command for reverting the changes in the file, both in the staged and also in the working area. And also if you try to see, you can use this, what I can say, you can use this restore hyphen source command to get the changes of that particular source file also. Okay, now if I try to want to restore, means I can do git restore index.txt also. So that means automatically the restore the file has been removed. So now if I try to check the va index.txt file, means see what are the changes are there, you'll be able to see all the changes. So now if I do that hyphen source head tilde 2 means, so you will be able to see that the changes what are present at that time, the index.txt file, you will be able to see those type of changes only. Okay, so hope you understood about this restore command and also the switch command. In the next video, what we'll try to do is we'll try to see about the revert command. What is the use of this revert command in the Git? So how is it differentiated with the reset command? We'll try to see. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the concept of git revert command. So we have learned so many commands, right? So now what is the use of this git revert command? So git revert command is useful when we want to revert a commit. So if we have mistakenly committed the file, means if you want to revert back the changes of that file, of that commit, so you can use the git revert command. So then what is the difference between this reset and the revert command? So if we want to revert that commit, means we can also use the reset, so that that commit will go away, the changes also will go away. Then what is the use of this revert command and the reset command? You will get it out. So I will show you in the demo. So what is the difference between this revert and the reset command, and where we will be using this scenario. So now here I am having a project, it's a git revert project, and here if I try to see the ls, so if I try to click on ls here, so you'll be able to see there is index.txt file and a master.txt file. These are the two newly created files present in this project. Now what I will try to do, I will try to show you git hyphen one line. Okay, so now I have shown you, we have seen that create index and master file. This is the only commit present in the master. Now what I will try to do, here I will open va index.txt file. Okay, I will write here file. So here I can write something like file changes index, right? I have opened, so 1. So now I will commit something like git commit -a -m. So index file changes 1. So these are the first commit. So now I have committed the code. So now let's try to commit this code. Yeah, I have committed the code. So if I try to check git log -one line, so we have one commit, so that we have written some data in the index file. Now in the same scenario, I will try to add the data in the master.txt file also. Master file changes 1. Now I will try to do. So the same commit I will try to do, but here the commit will be master file changes 1. Okay, I will again open this index.txt. So index.txt file, and here I will write something like file changes index 2. So I have written the 2, and here I will do the same commit. So here it will be index file changes. So here it is present 2. Okay, so now I will commit this one again, and here again I will open the master.txt file, and here I will write master file changes 2. So here also I have written, so I will do the commit, and I will do the same commit, that is nothing but master file changes 2. So okay, fine. So we have committed some couple of commits we have did. So let's try to check the git log -one line. Okay, so these are the, so I will clear it out so that we will check git log -one line. Okay, so now we are able to see all the changes. So here index file changes 1, master file changes 1, index file changes 2, master file changes 2. Now I came to realize that, oh, the changes what I have did the latestly in the master file changes to the data what I have written in the master file changes, I don't want to commit these changes, so I want to revert the changes what I have did. So what I can do, one step what we can do is, so we can reset the head to the previous commit so that these master file changes will be deleted. So one thing what I will try to do is, so let's try to copy this one. Okay, here what I can do, git reset -hard, and I can paste the commit, or otherwise I can do head -1. So that means move the head one step backward. So now head has moved one step back, and if you try to check the git log -one line, and now you will be able to see this index file changes 2 only. Previously there was the head is in master file changes 2, but right now the head is in index file changes 2 only. If I try to open vi master.txt file, so if I open master.txt file, you will be having only the master file changes 1 only. So now we have reverted the changes what we have did in the master file changes 2. The line has been deleted. So fine. So we have achieved this one. But if you observe, the entire commit has been deleted. Okay, the entire commit is not there. So you don't have the record of this commit. So you don't know that, other people don't know that you have committed these changes. So completely you know that you haven't did. So the same thing we can achieve it using the revert command also. But what the revert command will do, we'll try to see. So here I will try to copy, okay, and I will try to do git reset -odd, and I will go back to the previous commit like this. So now I will, let me clear it out. So now if I try to check git log -one line, you will be able to see all the commits, and if I open the master.txt file, you will be able to see 2 lines, master file changes 1. Now I want to revert the same changes using the git revert command. So what I will try to do, which commit I want to revert it, so I want to revert this change. So now I can copy this one, and I can do, what I can do is git revert, and I can paste the commit hash. If I paste this one, it will ask you that you are reverting the changes, so please keep a message. Okay, fine, I want to give the commit message same only, and I have reverted the changes. So if I open this master.txt file, so the previously how we have resetted, the lines also has been reverted here. So what has happened here? So what is the main difference between reset and the revert thing? So now if you check the log, then you will observe. So here if you check the log, here see the changes, the master file changes to what we have did the previously, the commit is there like that only, and here a new revert commit has been committed. So whatever the changes you have did in this commit, those changes are all removed and it has done an extra revert commit. Okay, you need to understand that. So now these all changes has been removed and a new commit has been created. So this is the main difference between the revert and the reset. So now when we need to use this revert and when we need to use the reset. So reset is used when your commits are in the local only, you can use it. So when these all commits has been went into the public remote, so other collaborators or other developers are using this branch and they have pulled your all changes means, then the reset commit will give you a conflicts and also there will be a chance of losing the data. Okay, the commits if already missed means there will be a chance of losing the data. Then you need to use the revert commit to revert the changes so that an extra commit will be created, so not affecting all the commits. Okay, so this is the thing you need to remember. Main thing is, so revert command will be used when you know that all your commits and all those things has been went into the remote and all the developers has pulled your data so that all the commits has been existing in their local system. Then you need to use the revert command. So, but the changes, the branch what you are using is still in the local commits are in your local branch only means, then you can use the reset command. And the revert command, with using this revert command, what we can do is, for example, so let me remove this revert command. So we can use this revert. So I can copy something like clear. Okay, so git reset -- hard head ~1. Okay, I am moving. So now the revert command has been went away. So now if I try to check the git log -- one line, so you are having the same commits what we have seen in the previously. Now after committing these all files, so I came to know that I want to change the file data what we have changed here, master file changes one. So that means the line what I have did in the master file, I need to revert these changes. I want to keep these all the changes only, but I want to revert only these changes. Then what can I do here? So this is the thing you need to understand. So what can I do here? One thing what I can do is, so if I try to reset this one, so for example, if I try to, so if I want to remove this master file changes one means, if I try to reset to here, what it will happen? So index file changes will go away and master file changes 2 also will go away, including this master file changes one. So for example, if I try to do git reset --hard and I go to that particular commit means, oh sorry, so let me copy this and okay, so now git reset --hard and space and paste this command. So now the commit, if I do the reset means, what will happen? See, now if I try to check git log --one line, so you are having only 2 commits previously. So these all master file changes and changes to everything is gone away. So but I want to revert only the master file changes one, this commit only. I want to keep these 2 commits also. But using this reset, so everything prior after this commit, every commits has been removed. So if I try to open this master file changes to, so vi master.txt, so now everything is removed. So that means changes 1, changes 2. I want to remove only the changes 1. I need to keep the changes 2, but everything is removed. So now what we need to do? So here let me revert back to here. Let me copy this one. Git reset --hard. Let me go to here. So paste it. And if I try to check the git log --one line, so we got all the commits here. So if I open this vi master.txt, so we are able to see the 2 changes. But now I want to remove only the changes 1 only. So I want to keep the changes 2. So what I can do here? So we can use the revert command here. So now what is the commit we need to revert? So this is the commit. So I can copy this one and I can use something like git revert, and here I can paste the commit. So now here, so we got a conflict in the merge conflict. So why? Because already changes are there. So what we can do here? So we can open this master.txt and here it is saying that, so these are the changes. So what you can do it. So now I want to remove these changes. So I know the changes here. So if you want, you can remove it automatically. You can remove. So we are trying to remove changes 1, right? So I will remove this one. I will keep like this and I will remove like this. So if you get a conflict, most probably you will not get a conflict. So now what I can do here? So I can commit it -a -m. So revert commit changes one or something like this. I can commit it automatically. Now if I want to check the changes, so vi master.txt, so we will be having the same changes to files only. And now if you want to check the vi index.txt file, so you will have all the changes kept like this. And if you try to check the git log hyphen one line, and you will be able to see all the things, and you have only the revert commit changes one only. Okay, you need to understand this revert command. So this is the thing. So hope you understood about this git revert command. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. Now we will learn about the GitHub. So now we have learned about the Git and all those things. Now we will learn about this GitHub. So what is this GitHub and how is it differs with the Git thing? So now in this video what we'll see is what exactly is the GitHub and what does it do. So coming to this one, GitHub, actually the GitHub has evolved over the years. So with so many by adding the bunch of features. Okay. So in a single line what I can say is that GitHub is nothing but a hosting platform for the Git repositories. That means GitHub provides the hosting service to host our repositories. To host our repositories, nothing but our code, our application, to host our application into the cloud. So the GitHub provides us a way. Now if you try to see here, I already told you, right? GitHub allows us to host our Git repository in the cloud. So that means this provides that we can access the code from anywhere. So by hosting the Git code into the GitHub, it allows us to access the code from anywhere and also share the code with the people around the world. So that means if I want to share my code, so whatever the code I have written, I want to share it with you, means GitHub provides us a platform to share the code with you. Okay, so this is the main concept. So GitHub provides, along with this sharing and all the things, it has some bunch of other features. Let's try to learn coming videos. Now, and also what I can say is, what is the difference between this then Git and GitHub? So how come Git differs from the GitHub? First we'll learn about this GitHub. GitHub has a huge differences with the GitHub. So what is that one is? Git, as we already told, that it is a distributed version control software that runs locally on your machine. If you observe up to now what we have learned about the Git commands and all those things, this all will learn in our local machine only. So there is no internet necessary for this one. So there is no registration of the account. Nothing is there. So just we learn the commands and we are able to do the time travel and we are able to modify the code, whatever the thing we want using this Git software. So that is the thing you need to remember. Git is a distributed version control software that runs locally in your machine and you don't have to register anything for an account. So there is no need for us to get an account in order to use the Git. And also you don't need internet to use it also. Just you install the Git in your system, then you are ready to go and you can have the code, you can initialize the Git repository in your application. Okay. Whereas GitHub is nothing but a service that hosts repository in the cloud. So that means if you are having a Git repository in your local machine, so GitHub will host that repository in the cloud and makes it easier to collaborate with other people, so that other people also which are having their own system through their system also they can do the collaborate with your code. And also you need to have a sign up for an account to use the GitHub. So that means in order to use the GitHub you need to sign up for an account. And also it's an online place to share work that is done using Git. So what I can say is, so it is an online place, so it needs an internet so that you can share the work that you have done using the Git. So GitHub provides us a way to share the work that is done using the Git. So this is the simple way what we can say the difference between the Git and the GitHub. Now you can get a doubt that then is there any other alternatives or competitors for the GitHub? So yeah, as according to that one, as this GitHub is an hosting service, so there are also alternative services to the GitHub also. So there are so many tools that provide similar hosting and also the collaboration features. Collaboration features means so tied up with other users, so working collaboratively with other users. So the tools that provide the similar hosting services are GitLab, Bitbucket and Gerrit. So these are the some of the some of the services that provides the similar Git hosting services. These are the alternatives to the GitHub, what we can say. Then why we need to use GitHub? So if you are having other alternatives and all those things, then why I need to use the GitHub? So you can get a doubt this one. GitHub became very popular these days. So what I can say is GitHub became very popular these days in the IT market and all those things. GitHub is founded in actually 2008. Now the world's largest host of the source code. So now it has become the world's largest